and ready for another day. Upam, da ste pripravljeni na nov dan 56. blejskega srečanja. Danes imamo možnost prevodov, tako da boste slišali tudi nekaj slovenščine. Tisti, ki si še niste vzeli slušalk, prosim, pojdite zadaj in si vzemite slušalke. Those who don't have headphones to listen to Slovenian, please, behind you, you can take the headphones and listen to the language of the country where you are. My first task today, as every time, is to ask Selma Skenderović, the president of Young PEN Slovenia, to present us the empty chair. Torej, Selma Skenderović bo predstavila prazen stol, delegate in delegatke pa prosim, da se usedejo in prisluhnejo.
Okay, so I will start. Please sit down. Mustafa Sheta. Mustafa Sheta is a writer, researcher, columnist and producer and general manager of the Freedom Theater, a Palestinian community-based theater and cultural center in the Jenin refugee camp in the occupied West Bank, Palestine. He is known for his critical writings on the Israeli occupation of Palestine and his constantly criticized Israelis' human rights record in the occupied Palestinian territory, including in the Jenin refugee camp. He wrote about his personal experience and his families as Palestinians who live under military rule in the West Bank. On the 13th December 2023, Israel forces broke into the Freedom Theater during a raid on the refugee camp, destroyed its offices, and later stormed the houses of 3 of its members: writer and artist Ahmed Tobasi, poet Jamal Abu Hwaz, and Mustafa Sheta. Israeli soldiers arrested all 3 writers and later released both Tobaso and Hwaz. However, Sheta remained in detention. On the 22nd December, a lawyer who was able to speak with Sheta for 10 minutes learned that the Israeli soldiers interrogated Sheta about his political affiliation and activities. On the 31st December, an Israeli military court ordered his administrative detention for 6 months without any charges. Since October 2023, PEN International has seen an unprecedented surge in arbitrary arrests of Palestinians in the West Bank and the OPT, and systematic use of administrative detention where Palestinians could face indefinite detention without trial or charges, with human rights groups reporting harrowing testimonies of torture and degrading treatment of Palestinian detainees.
Thank you very much, Selma. Who would like to sit today next to Mustafa Sheta? Please raise your hand. Thank you. V veliko čast mi je, da sedaj najavim današnjega častnega gosta. To je župan Bleda, najlepšega in najbolj turističnega kraja v Sloveniji in velik podpornik našega srečanja. Mesto Bled že vseh 50 let podpira blejsko srečanje pisateljev in pisateljic. In gospod Anton Mežan, gospod župan, beseda je vaša. Izvolite.
Hvala. Spoštovana predsednica, spoštovane udeleženke, udeleženci, prisrčno dobrodošli na Bledu, v tej čudoviti občini, kamor, lahko rečem, vabimo ljudi iz vsega sveta. In vesel in ponosen sem, da ste tudi danes vi prisotni tule, še posebej zato, ker boste lahko, če rečem malo za šalo, malo za res, v 3 dneh doživeli vse letne čase, od poletja, pomladi, jeseni in zime. Ko sem včeraj po vašem čudovitem dogodku, nekako tlele, ko so se odprle zavese, zagledal zimsko idilo, sem bil prepričan, da je novi božič, da je novoletni čas nečesa novega in lahko rečem tudi včerajšnja častna pokroviteljica je bila navdušena na to idilo po eni strani, po drugi strani je vprašala, kdo je kriv za to. Skoraj sem rekel, da država, pa sem se ugriznil za jezik in rekel, da občina. Ampak kakorkoli, sam osebno spremljam PEN, lahko rečem, kot aktiven občan že dlje časa, več let. Zadnjih 15-16 let sem ga spremljal kot občinski svetnik, vmes tudi kot podžupan in zdaj zadnji 2 leti kot župan občine Bled. Kot župan se vedno trudim, da ohranjam dobre stvari. Velikokrat se zgodi pri zamenjavi kakšne oblasti, naj bo to državna ali lokalna, da želi nekdo vse skupaj spremeniti iz črnega na belo in podobno, zato da je nekako po njegovo in da je drugače. Vendar sam se trudim res ohranjati tiste stvari, za katere menim oziroma sem prepričan, da so dobre, da so odlične, da ostajajo najmanj v tej meri v naši občini, da jih podpiramo v skladu s svojimi zmožnostmi in tako kot je že omenila predsednica, tudi sam se trudim in se bom tudi v bodoče, dokler bom na tem mestu trudil, da boste na Bledu se počutili dobrodošle, zaželjene, da boste imeli dobre pogoje in da bo, če se bo le dalo, tudi občina kaj prispevala k vašemu dobremu počutju. Sam osebno sem že lani, ko sem bil tule prvič kot župan, dejal, da se sam sicer nimam za pisatelja, ker nisem, sem pa napisal eno knjigo in vedno pravim, da sem le pisec svoje življenjske zgodbe. To je bilo v času covida, kajti takrat je bilo dovolj časa za razmišljanje in časa za pisanje. No, ker je prišel še drugi val covida, sem napisal še eno knjigo, ki pa je, bom rekel, še vedno lektorirana, že 1 leto čaka na več mojega časa, da se bom lahko lotil tudi izdaje te knjige. Ampak kakorkoli, sam kot sem rekel, nisem pisatelj, sem pisec. Zapišem tisto, kar sem občutil, tisto, kar vem, tisto, kar je bilo. Občudujem pa vse vas, ki pišete in verjamem, da za to potrebujete nek navdih, neka čustva, občutja, da potrebujete nekaj, da lahko izlijete na papir. In žal so v svetu takšni časi oziroma doživljamo takšne čase, da je veliko tudi negativnih zgodb, o katerih se pogovarjamo tudi tule in moja iskrena želja je, da bi v naslednjih letih bilo takšnih zgodb čim manj, da bi se lahko pogovarjali tudi o bolj pozitivnih stvarih oziroma da bi bilo takšnih praznih stolov čim manj ali pa ni nobenega. Jaz vam želim res prijetno počutje, prijetno delo tule, predvsem pa, da bi se radi vračali v občino Bled. Verjemite, če ste tule takole, bom rekel, si bom dovolj reči na pol poslovno oziroma samo zaradi PEN-a, potem težko doživite Bled v tisti luči, kot želimo mi, da ga doživite kot turisti. Zato vas vse skupaj vabim, da ukolikor vam situacija omogoča, da se odločite kdaj pa kdaj in pridete sem na Bled tudi kot turisti ali mogoče podaljšate vaše bivanje in raziščete Bled. Bled ponuja, sem prepričan, ogromno možnosti za vsakega, ki želi ali biti aktiven turist, ali biti nekdo, ki se želi umakniti v samoto in občudovati te naše lepote in v njih morda celo najti navdih za kakšno novo literarno delo, kakšno drugo delo. Bled ponuja ne samo tisto, kar se vidi iz tega čudovitega ambienta, torej jezero, cerkvico na otoku in Blejski grad in kar je običajno predstavljeno tudi v vseh reklamah, promocijih in medijih. Bled je mnogo več. Bled sestavljajo 4 velike vasi okoli Bleda, seveda velike za naše slovenske razmere in v teh vaseh je ogromno stvari, katere lahko doživite, občutite, pogledate. Tam je veliko kmečkih turizmov, veliko je drobnih stvari, ki jih človek mora doživeti, da jih lahko tudi razume. Veliko je osamelcev okoli Blejskega jezera, hribčkov, na katere lahko splezate oziroma ni treba plezati, je bolj pohodniško vse skupaj in od tam občudujete tole našo naravo, o kateri so že pisali mnogi poeti, mnogi tisti, ki znajo gledati z drugačnimi očmi, ne samo morda z očmi kapitala, tako kot nekateri. Jaz vam, da ne bom predolg, želim iskreno vse dobro, želim vam, da bi vam situacija, odkudorkoli prihajate, omogočala, da bi opravljali, ne bom rekel svoje delo, ampak svoje poslanstvo, maksimalno toliko in tako, kot si sami želite in kot je prav, da ga. In kot rečeno, vedno dobrodošli na Bledu. Za danes večer smo vam pripravili tudi v okviru občine Bled eno večerjo. Dobrodošli in dober tek vam želim. Sam se bom upravičil zaradi ene druge vzporedne zadeve. želim pa, da se naslednje leto srečamo v enaki zasedbi ali seveda celo večji in želim, da nadaljujete vaše poslanstvo, tako kot ste si ga zastavili. Hvala lepa tudi organizatorki, organizatorjem za, mislim, da odlično upravljeno delo in za ves trud, ki ga v okviru Slovenskega PEN upravljate. Tako da hvala lepa in še enkrat dobrodošli na Bledu.
Well, good morning, everybody. I don't know if the system, the audio system, are you listening well, or should I shout? No. Well, first of all, I would like to ask the four panelists to join me here in the table. There is no protocol. Sit wherever you want. Well, it is my pleasure to welcome you all this morning to this first round table that we have today, and this meeting has a difference with yesterday's meeting because this is open to all public, so it's not only restricted to members of PEN registered in the meeting of the Right of this committee. Now, this roundtable is devoted to the topic of the consequences of catastrophe for peace and the writer's response. That's the title of our roundtable. Let me start by briefly introducing the four excellent panelists that are accompanying me today. The first person is our friend from Pakistan, Tahira Abdullah. Hello.
Better. Sorry.
I knew that something was wrong anyway. Well, anyway, I was introducing our first panelist, Tahira Abdullah. Most of you already met her yesterday because she was our keynote speaker in the General Assembly of the committee. Abdullah. Let me introduce, because some of the people here was not present yesterday. So let me explain that you are a Pakistani woman very well known as a human rights defender, humanitarian volunteer, and peace defender. The second panelist is Anna Kumar, on the left of Tahira. Anna Kumar from Belarus. She is a poet, translator, and writer, and member of PEN Belarus, and honorary member of English PEN. The third panelist is Katerina Kalitko, a Ukrainian poet, writer, and translator, who's a member of the National Writers' Union of Ukraine and PEN Ukraine. And the fourth panelist is Jan Krasny, a national from Serbia, honorary member of PEN Argentina. He's a linguist and media studies scholar based at the Technical University of Berlin in Germany. We know perfectly that many of the catastrophes that are natural disasters, but other catastrophes like war and violation of human rights are directly caused by mankind. Normally, natural disasters are made worse by human actions, whether in the causes, like climate change, deforestation, etc., or in the response. Often, catastrophes strikes in parts of the world already destabilized by strife and all sorts of internal conflicts. Writers can draw attention to the dangers, and they can use poetry and fiction to face disaster and to urge action. In the face of these challenges, writers play a vital role Their literary capacities can spotlight the perils, employ poetry and fiction to memorialize the impact of disasters, and passionately advocate for decisive action. Through the lens of writers, the consequences of catastrophes became not just tales of despair, but narratives that inspire awareness and impel positive change. The idea is not just to condemn concrete actions that constitute a threat to peace, but also to reflect on the future prospects for peace. I would like to invite all panelists to reflect about their own experiences, if they so wish. The idea is to take what has happened and project it into the future with the objective that this reflection will allow us to define more clearly the mission and future perspectives of our committee, as well as concrete actions that can be developed in the times to come. I would like to remind you that this is a space where we speak with entire freedom and with total respect for the ideas that each of the participants will express in this room. The modality of the round table will be interventions beginning by each of the panelists, 15 minutes each, with flexibility. We have learned to be flexible from the use of time at least. And then there will be an interaction with the public where you can make all your own opinions, statements, brief in consideration of the number of people that is attending here, or you can put questions to the panelists, complete questions regarding the thing that each of us will be saying during the round table. So let me now start by properly introducing the first speaker, Tahir Abdullah. No, I will. I'm moderating. She's from Pakistan. Her professional work is development, economics research, writing and practice, focusing on poverty, health, population, education, labor employment, deprived remote rural areas, and urban non-formal settlements. She's passionately committed to volunteer activism for national and global human rights, peace with justice, equality, gender, religious and ethnic minorities, secularism, non-theocratic constitutionalism and democracy, media freedom and responsibility. Tahira devotes time to environment and climate change activism and humanitarian causes such as Afghan refugee in Pakistan for many, many years. So the floor is yours, dear Tahira.
Thank you.
Dobro jutra, good morning. If you think this is going to be in Slovenian language, it's not, because I'm almost at the end of my vocabulary. I can say hvala and that's about it. Good morning again, and it is a singular honor and a privilege, and I would like to thank once again PEN International, PEN Slovenia, and respected Tanje Tuma, and our endeared chairperson, Herman Roja. I think this is such an enlightened and informed audience that I don't want to either bore anyone or not pay the respect of honoring you with the assumption that you know exactly what the Catastrophe Roundtable is about. But since I have been ordered by Herman to do this, I'm doing it, and sometimes he orders, so like where should you sit and what do you have to say and when do you have to say it. So I took the liberty of writing a few points down to start the Catastrophe Roundtable. And I think that each one of the panelists brings with us with each of ourselves, not just our own personal experiences, but a global knowledge and awareness and sensitivity and sensitization of what is wrong, number one. Number two, what needs to be done. All that's required, and I will say this again, so please bear with me, is the political will and the political commitment that we sadly are lacking. That's a sad note to start on, but there we are. Catastrophes are of several different kinds. So there are some we can do nothing about. Earthquakes. I come from Pakistan and it's an earthquake-prone region. We are at the crossroads of the Himalayan and the Hindu Kush and the Karakoram mountain, huge, the largest, highest ranges in the world. And so we are an earthquake-prone region and country. So almost every month we have severe earthquakes, 5 and above on the Richter scale, and there's nothing you can do about it. You can be prepared. For example, you can have building codes of how buildings are to be constructed with earthquake-proofing buildings. But when we're going to talk about catastrophes, can I talk a little bit? I would like to recognize here my friend Maxi from Kenya, who spoke so well yesterday. We have an expression in my language, Urdu, that if there is a competition about speaking, then Maxi stole the show yesterday. She won the gold prize and the 5 stars. She explained so beautifully the relationship between natural disasters, economic disasters, conflicts and wars, and the rapacious greed and corruption. So I was talking about building codes to safeguard against earthquakes. But what do I do if my country, Pakistan, has the most sophisticated laws? But laws have to be adhered to, have to be complied with, have to be observed. And if the officials, the municipal officials, are corrupt, and I am rich, supposing, supposing I am rich, then I can buy the law, B-U-Y, not B-Y, and B-Y-E, bypass the law, and be corrupt, and pay off the municipal. So we've had buildings falling in earthquakes that should never have fallen. So that is the linkage between natural disasters and human greed and corruption and non-adherence to the law. There's so many other examples one can give. Then we have human catastrophe. So for example, my country used to have huge lands under forests, but the greed of humankind has made them cut down the forests for 2 reasons. Number one, wood sells expensive, and so you sell the wood for money. And number two, the land on which the forests grow is now worth its weight in gold and diamonds. And so if I cut down the forest, I can sell the land for housing societies for the rich. So these are things we have to think about. These are things that the governments and the state must think about. They must stop these greedy, rapacious people who play with natural resources and to the detriment of humankind. Then we have economic issues, droughts, for example, non-management of water. Pakistan is a water scarce resource country. And so water is stolen. You won't believe this. Water is stolen by those who can afford to steal water. And if I'm a farmer, I can divert the water all it takes is money and corruption. I divert the water to my farm, and you don't get any for your farm. And that's corruption, that's economic catastrophe. And then that makes rural to urban migration. So that's loss of habitat. And then when you get to the urban areas, there is no jobs, there is loss of, so that's livelihoods catastrophe. And then when there is livelihoods catastrophe in the urban areas of one country, then you will have migration. 0.5% maybe, I don't know, I'm just guessing off the top of my head, global statistics, might be legal migration. The rest want to swim across or get into a dangerous boat from Africa to, from North Africa to Lampedusa or Crete or somewhere in Europe, across the Mediterranean Sea. And then we have countries in Europe which are, we won't get into that, that's a political issue, maybe in another catastrophe roundtable we can get into that, as to which countries in Europe you know, are welcoming or generous enough. Many years ago, almost a decade ago, I predicted, and I don't want to act as being conceited or arrogant, but I did predict that Angela Merkel would lose the election because of her very generous and very humanistic migration policy, and she did lose the election. No, I don't know, I don't have a crystal ball, so please don't ask me to foretell your future. I have no crystal ball, but this was something you don't need to be an IQ of 500%, you know, you can see it happening, and it happened. So that's a catastrophe too. Migration, legal, illegal, economic migration, refugees, political asylum, religious asylum, these are all catastrophes. Because when you go to a new country, physically you may be safe, but psychologically, the trauma that you suffer, the loss of human dignity that one suffers. I know lots and lots of refugees. Either religious refugees for religious discrimination, economic refugees and migrants, asylum seekers for political issues, who may physically be safe. But please believe me that I'm telling the truth. They are not happy. When you are forced to leave your land, the land of your ancestors. In my language, we have a saying that says, this is the land where my ancestors' graves are. And we have a few days in the year, a few festivals, where we go to the graves of our ancestors. And we pray for their souls, those who want to pray for their souls, or just to go and greet your ancestors. When you're in a foreign land, physically safe, maybe economically okay, but psychologically and emotionally and spiritually, one is not safe. I call that a catastrophe. I have very little time left, and so I would like to end by saying that women suffer double and triple the kind of trauma that all these catastrophes that I have listed, women suffer double and triple, and minority women in any country suffer quadruple and 5 times the catastrophe and the trauma. Why? Because women are not just subjects in conflicts and economic catastrophes, but also the objects by becoming survivors or victims of gender-based violence. Rape, the United Nations has classified the use of rape as a weapon of war as illegal, as part of genocide. And it is being done in front of our eyes every single day, including in my country. So we have refugees, internally displaced people, and involuntary and forced disappeared people. My Spanish is not very good, and those of you who do speak will please don't laugh. Madres de los Desamparados in Argentina, I was first introduced to disappeared people way back in the late 1970s and 1980s, and it's still going on today. Yes. You know, you see me wearing my black, and this is in honor of the desamparados. And in Pakistan, we have internally displaced, enforced disappeared people also. So these are all catastrophes. Women suffer, children suffer. We have seen that in Gaza. Almost half of all those killed and maimed and injured and wounded and amputated are children. And we don't need to open mainstream media. We can just open our social media and we will get a surfeit of good news, real news, truthful news, fake news, exaggerated news, all sorts of news. It's up to us to do fact-checking and verification. Lastly, implication for writers, poets, authors, and academia. Also, I would like to add, if you don't mind, Mr. Chairman. What can be done? Okay, for me, the first and most important thing is for us to look at what is being taught in our schools to our children. The curriculum, the syllabus, the textbooks, and the teachers' training. And I'm sorry, I don't have enough copies to share with all of you, but those who are interested, I wrote this way back in 2015, it was published. I did a follow-up study of curriculum and textbooks and teachers' training in 2020. Yes, during COVID, the mayor said that he had time to write a book and I had time to follow up my detailed study from 2015. And with a heavy heart and with sadness, I would like to report to you that we are teaching our children not peace, but the glorification of war and militancy and extremism and theocracy. Religious, I call that a religious catastrophe, if you permit me the license to use the word religious catastrophe. And I have proof. So anyone who says, you know, no one can tell me that this is not true. I have the proof here. These are my curriculum. These are my textbooks. But I want to, and another thing that writers and poets and authors can do, with all due respect, please forgive me, with all due respect, I think that writers and poets and authors need to be better informed, better aware, better sensitized, and better committed to finding out data, statistics, and information on human rights abuses and all catastrophes that we have listed since this morning. So this is a report that is done by a non-government organization every year. It is an update on the state of human rights in Pakistan. And some of us receive threats from the government and the state and the military establishment for writing reports like this. That's okay. We are ready for you. Come and get us. If you don't like us, it's too bad, too sad. You can lump it. And lastly, what can writers, poets, authors do? Is to write not just for me and you, but for children. Yesterday, I mentioned the hibakusha of Japan. For those of you who were here yesterday, some people are new, Mr. Chairman tells us. And Mr. Chairman, I'm ending. This is the last book. The hibakusha realized early on in 1945, 1946, that the older generation is on the way out. The middle generation is too busy with the business of survival and livelihoods and families. It's the younger generation, and I'm so glad. I want to congratulate PEN for getting into young PEN, for the youth in PEN who are coming in. I see young people coming in, and yesterday there was a younger, there she is. Stand up, please. Yeah, stand up. Yeah, no, you. Yes, and behind you. And behind you, yeah, the crafter. Yes, can we give her a hand, please? So we have to start in kindergarten. We have to start in class 1. And these are the kind. This book is called Sadako's Prayer. It was written in Japanese. It was distributed in Pakistan when the Hibakusha came to visit us, because Pakistan was on the brink of a nuclear war. We are a nuclear country, and India is a nuclear country. And in 1998, we were on the brink, on the absolute edge, on the abyss of a nuclear war. And so the Hibakusha rushed from Japan to Pakistan, and they brought this book in Japanese and in English. And we, you as writers and poets and authors and academics, academia, have translated this book into each one of the 70 languages that we have in Pakistan. I just brought one. I didn't bring all 70. I couldn't carry it, and anyway, my bag was lost. So you see, we have English on one side, and my language Urdu on the other side, and beautiful illustrations. Isn't it beautiful? And it's peace education. Peace education in a candied form, you know, candy encrusted bitter pill, if we want to talk about catastrophes. But I'm sorry for taking up so much time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Yes, thanks a lot, dear Tahira, for these remarks that you have presented, which I think they represent a source of inspiration for all of us, as you also did it yesterday in the meeting. And dear Tahira, I would like to apologize if you have felt bothered or uncomfortable for what I've said during these 2 days.
No.
I really admire you, and I admire your commitment. Your entire life devoted for this, and for me it's an honor to share with you. Yes, of course.
Because you have something. Is that okay, Jimmy? Nothing at all. Yeah.
Thanks, Tahira. I would then like to invite our next speaker. Is Katarina Kalitko, who is a Ukrainian writer, poet, translator, PEN Ukraine board member, activist, the holder of Taras Shevchenko National Prize for Literature in Ukraine, Pushkin Prize for Poetry in USA, and Vilenica Crystal in Slovenia. She's also a member of the National Writers Union of Ukraine. The floor is yours, Katarina.
Thank you, Herman. Good morning, everybody. It's not working. Thank you, Tahira. Thank you so much. That's much better. So, the world is full of catastrophes, whatever it means. And as a Ukrainian writer, I must first speak on the war ongoing in Ukraine, but it causes also great disasters for the nature, which are important and catastrophic for all the globe. Except the crimes against humanity, among them, Tahira already mentioned killed civilians as a way of making genocidal policy on the occupied territory, except the rapes of women and even children, because the age of the victims of Russian rapes on the Ukrainian territory varies from 4 years to 80. There are women, children, and men among them. But except of all that, Russia used the destruction in the environment as a weapon of war in Ukraine. And this can no longer be sidelined as a collateral damage of this war. It's a crime according to the Ukrainian law and to the international law, and it has a name of ecocide. The consequences are devastating and long-term widespread. Ecocide has a proposed international legal definition to be possibly included in the Rome Statute of the International Criminal Court as a new Article 8. It means unlawful or wanton act committed with knowledge that there is a sustainable likelihood of severe and either widespread or long-term damage to the environment being caused by those acts. We have poisoned rivers in Ukraine. We have mined fields in Ukraine. You know about the destruction of the Kakhovka Dam, which is an example of Ukraine's suffering being shared as the environment does not recognize borders. And the destruction of Kakhovka Dam also just demolished all this infrastructure in the Ukrainian south. So direct and indirect catastrophic environmental damage is caused upstream and downstream, including this large-scale pollution of the Black Sea with oil, soilment, pesticides, debris and chemicals. Living organisms, their habitats and massive diversity of wildlife have been destroyed, leading to a profound loss of biodiversity and damage to ecosystems throughout Ukraine and throughout the world. You know, I don't want you to consider Ukrainian just a group of native people of aborigines crying and just suffering and so on. Ukrainians are those who fight back, and this is the main thing I would highlight, speaking about the role of writers, of public intellectuals during the war, and in case of disaster we are going through. There are two quotations of poets I admire. I'm gonna deliver them in Ukrainian and then explain you the meaning. The first one is of Леся Українка, a great poet, a first pro-feminist writer in Ukrainian literature in 19th century. And it says, «Не поет, хто забуває про страшні народні рани», which means not a poet is one who forgets about the terrible wounds of our own people. And the second one is by Василь Стус. Тільки той може вважатися митцем потрібним своєму народові і всьому світові, чий крик зливається із криком його нації. This means An artist is needed by his people and the whole world only when his creativity merges with the cry of his nation. So, the role of a writer in these hard times is not to be like dreaming on peace, not to be theorizing, not to be only reflecting, sitting at the cozy home, but to stand up, to go out from the home and to do something very practical. Maybe let's start from some protests. You know, I'm 40 and I've participated 3 revolutions and a 10-year war. My first revolution was Ukraine without Kuchma, when a prominent Ukrainian journalist, Gazi, was kidnapped, tortured and killed. And then a huge protest emerged, and I still have pain in those bones which were broken by police during that protest. The second second revolution was this orange one revolution in 2004, and the revolution of dignity, of course, 10 years ago, which was somehow the starting point of this 10 years war. And now I'm a volunteer for Ukrainian military forces, and it's very I should explain, there is a concept of Ukrainian volunteering it means not only of joining to the military itself, but to helping with supplies, to collecting money for the army, to bringing goods from abroad, which is complicated. Our friend Tomica from Croatia have experienced the thing. He was in Ukraine. He visited us several times and participated in some of our volunteers' activity with Ukrainian PEN. So this is the way you could influence the reality, and also we are forming the narratives, because Ukrainian culture is also fighting. And maybe I would describe this with a metaphor of a sheep under attack, where the part of it is captured by pirates, and also there are breaches, fires, and while life continues on the lower desk with music, with parties, and so on. And the cruise continues anyway with all this on board. And there is a paradox of stability. In 2022 and 2023, we found forms of normal life under any conditions, and boasted that we could manage to achieve stability, which leads to demobilization of part of society, which is completely wrong and dangerous. The Russian war against Ukraine is asymmetric. They use asymmetric methods and which require different people activity, as well as armed forces and defense industry, together with the civil society joining the movement. And the most painful probably thing I'm going to say, that the culture of pacifism as an abstract category does not work anymore, unfortunately. The world is changing. We should embrace the fact. It's in the air. It's changing again. I don't know, I'm not sure where it goes. But maybe we should think over the concept of, let's say, human-centric militarism, which is not meant to attack, but to be capable to protect and to prevent some serious aggressions and devastations and catastrophe. And also this cultural policy making is a very important role of the author, of any author, of an author, of the author, like I'm speaking about my own experience. And parallel process of decolonization in Ukraine, which is opening up, and recolonization on the occupied territories. It's also very challenging and complicated process. Because some of those occupied territories are returning to the Soviet era, but literally and technically and environmentally too. We do not communicate with people in occupied territories because there is no way to do it properly. And there is no policy for the post-occupied period. And the agenda for those regions, for this kind of future, is also maybe the most important part of one's writer's way. And also I would mention that cultural diplomacy, which is very important and big part of our lives, is meaningful and effective act which always have to start with ourselves. And we have to be constantly expanding and broadening our knowledge about our own culture as well as our partners' cultures. Because the trauma of non-recognition leads us to kind of neurosis and kind of silence, and we just could not speak about all things that unite us and all things which split us apart. We have to, according to the role of some cultural or maybe historical scholar, we can always find interesting things and discover something new about each other in our small home of Central Europe. I was speaking about the concept of Central Europe, like an opposition to this Soviet narrative, to this totalitarian machine, which was the way of rescue the idea of humanity from that. And we must always recall that every and each our trip abroad, our presence in international community, every conversation with our foreign fellow colleagues is in a sense of act of cultural diplomacy. Mm-hmm. And there is an understanding or a sense of alienation, but depending on how the conversation goes. So we should be all consciousness, or have consciousness of this, and remember their role with our voices, with our faiths, with our ethical choices. And in such a dramatic moment of world history, we must keep asking what added value a culture brings to our lives. This is not only about the high quality of the works created, which is obviously good. And whether it's a film, book, exhibition, or play, in our cultures reflects on who we are and why and what for. Culture is meant to be a looking glass in which we see not only a reflection of our social relationships, but also a road to better and safer future for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Katarina, for your intervention that dramatically speaks of the situation in your country. And because of this war, 10 years war already, caused by the Russian armed forces. So all our solidarity to go through you.
Thank you for that. Thank you again.
And I would like to take also this opportunity to thank the Ukraine, because they are periodically issuing a newsletter informing about the situation in Ukraine. In Latin America, we received that. In the beginning, in PEN Chile, we started doing the translation into Spanish. Virginia was here, was the person in charge of the translation. And now we're doing this more institutionally through PEN Uruguay, who's translating not only into Spanish but also in Portuguese and French, the newsletter from PEN Ukraine.
Bravo.
Any of those languages, the information about Ukraine, please contact me, and I will ask the PEN Uruguay to put them into their mailing list for receiving this information.
And please check the PEN Ukraine site for the most accurate information about the war ongoing.
Please sing it.
It was just a brief note that you could check the site of PEN Ukraine to get some accurate information about the war ongoing.
Thank you, Katarina. Then I will now give the floor to Jan Krasny, the third panelist, a linguist and media studies board based in the Technical University of Berlin, as I said before, member of PEN Argentina, and well, the floor is yours, Jan.
Thank you very much. Referring back what you, Herman, started with, that we have various kinds of catastrophes, natural and human-induced catastrophes. My impression is that most societies are examples of human-induced catastrophes, right? And that, well, we are given this world that we can do whatever we would like with it, and what happens is, well, catastrophe always. It's either war, or it's natural catastrophe, or it is some, how to say, some mistake that leads to both natural and societal catastrophe. Who knows, maybe in a few years we won't be here, or we won't be able to speak about social problems because, well, there will be nuclear winter, who knows. And any society, and now I can speak about our European tradition, has its problems, and our European past, well, is anything but unproblematic, as we will all agree. What we as Europeans did in the past, let's only mention the imperial past that we were mentioning yesterday, right? Well, it induced enough catastrophes all over the world that we are still dealing with. Maybe we are not trying to to solve these problems. Some other people are trying to solve those problems, but still it's induced by us. I believe a little bit of self-criticism is always important. However, when I say self-criticism and when I go into history, I believe it is important to do that without accusing. And maybe it is a question that we should always ask ourselves: is it possible to deal with the past, on the one hand side, without cherry picking, and on the other hand, without accusation, at least to try to do so? Because accusation does not always help us to go further, to move further. Explaining the causes and effects and consequences does help us, but accusation in itself, I'm not sure how it is helpful. And I will give you a good example. Who am I, as a foreigner, to tell my colleague from PEN Argentina not to vote an obviously problematic person? Yeah. Or even, who am I to try to persuade him, to tell him, me, who is not living in Argentina, to tell him, yeah, that's a wrong choice. You're wrong. You don't know good. I know better. Instead, what I can do is use my foreign gaze and my different perspective and try to learn, to draw conclusions. When I was asked by the president of PEN Argentina to talk about the hate discourses and its consequences in Latin America, and to give examples about El Salvador and about Argentina, I was eager to do so. I was eager to apply these methodologies that we have in social sciences to a new subject. But then, while I was doing it, while I was preparing, while I was learning, I realized how wrong I could be if I then start promoting solutions or telling people how to deal with their problems. I was asking myself how to make a point without polarization. And that is where history comes in. Well, in German we have a beautiful phenomenon. We have this word, the Geschichte. And Geschichte is both story and history. So I believe that could be a way, well, it's not a solution, but that could be a way to tell stories. And that is maybe the task for us who are people of pen, so people of words, not of the swords, to explain what is going on, what is happening with stories, and to go beyond narratives. And I believe that this is the best way to overcome the hate discourse. Being restless in explanation, being restless in explanation. So Argentina is not my homeland. It is not, as in German the word is, it is not my Heimat. It is meine Wahlheimat. It's a homeland by choice. And this choice, it is solidarity. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Jan, for your intervention. And for us, as Latin Americans, it's a privilege to have you there and he learned Spanish in
We are
2
all
weeks.
Latin Americans.
Yeah, he learned Spanish in 2 weeks. Because of the pressure we put with the president of Argentina, and we never spoke to him in English. We were speaking Spanish and Saxon.
You know, the story and family eating are very similar.
Because of the shooting. Because he's filming. It's okay.
He's the best part of the table.
It's all right.
Okay, now I would like to introduce our last speaker, Anna Kumar. She's Belarusian poet, translator, writer. Her poetic work lays bare the experience of being a girl, then a young woman, growing up in a strongly patriarchal authoritarian country. Her latest poems talk about the nationwide political resistance in Belarus of 2020. She's published 5 poetry collections. Fear of AIDS, a collection of docu-poetry, Will Return, and Set Me Free or Run.
Maybe we could stop there.
As well as a
Herman.
He doesn't stop.
Thank you. It's just, I think it's, enumeration. I thought you needed, it's just everybody's bio was short and I think it's very on point.
He doesn't stop.
No? Sorry for interrupting you. It's just becoming a lecture of the titles of my books.
Yeah.
Well,
I feel very humble at the moment.
Let me just to say that you are great and you are a strong voice. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, appreciate it. Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Hanna Kommer. I'm from Belarus, and I currently live in London in exile. Not the worst place for exile, I must say. And it's my first time I speak at PEN's Congress, which I'm honored. I joined PEN Belarus in 2020, very timely, as a secretary actually. And then I joined as a member when I saw its work from inside, because from the outside somehow it wasn't clear for me what they were doing, but then when I saw it from the inside, that's when I knew, okay, this is what I want to be part of it. I'm gonna tell you, I'm not gonna speak long because I'm a poet, I'm used to short form, but I'm gonna share some things about Belarus. But I want to stress that while speaking about Belarus, I'm also speaking about other countries because we're never isolated. And I think it's important for us to not just remember, but also make it, emphasize it wherever we can, how we are all connected. And when I speak about Belarus, in some way, I may also speak about Eritrea or about Turkey. And I'm going to be speaking about kind of I represent young PEN here. It's like with a poem, when I read a poem about my personal experience of violence, for example, it's most likely that it will resonate with a lot of other people in many other countries, sadly. So Belarus, as Tahira pointed out, you are all an informed audience here, so I don't have to start from the beginning I don't have to explain to you in the detail what's going on in Belarus, but I want to say that on the surface, and you probably see it, nothing is happening in Belarus. On the surface, there is no catastrophe, no war, it's all peaceful and quiet, and a lot of people say, so it's over in Belarus, right? It's all good. No, it's not, because every day dozens of Belarusians, or not Belarusians, but people living in Belarus are politically persecuted. And sometimes it's, I don't know anymore, a lot of us are living in exile now, and it's quite a challenge in itself because you live in exile, the repressions are happening in your country, you can see no ending to it. And sometimes I wonder, why do I write? What for? What's the purpose of it? Who am I talking to through my writing? And am I actually changing anything? Am I affecting it? Well, I hope I hope I am. Speaking of young people, how have they been affected by the event which started, let's say in 2020 with the protest and the political repressions that have been ongoing since then? And in terms of culture, for example, culture has been destroyed in Belarus. Most of the independent theaters have been closed. A lot of musicians, some are in prison, most are in exile, and everybody who spoke out even a tiny bit risks to hear that knock on the door and be arrested. The same about writers. There are over 30 people of the word are imprisoned in Belarus today. They're political prisoners, etc. So a lot of writers, for example, they keep quiet. If you stay in Belarus, if you want to stay in Belarus, you you keep quiet. Because it's dangerous, unfortunately, to even gather in small groups. Because sometimes even if you gather to watch a film, there is a police raid and everybody's then detained. So that's dangerous. But it doesn't mean that they gave up or that we all gave up. It's just, for example, those who live abroad, those writers, and I'm talking about young writers as well, who live abroad now, they find their own ways, and those who stay in Belarus, they find their own ways. So what do we do from exile? For example, we create communities. And I think creating communities is the key, because bringing people together, even on non-political, around non-political subject, is political in itself. Because what violence, what wars, what dictatorships they try to do, they try to like disintegrate us, right? Cut the connections, etc. So building communities. How can we build communities? Well, there is a number of ways, and PEN plays a role in that as well. Writers' organizations play the role by organizing festivals, by organizing events. But it doesn't have to be from top to the bottom. It can come from the bottom up. And individual authors can initiate their own things. For example, I've been very impressed by this Belarusian initiative. There is an NGO called Tender na Gender, which means tender on gender. They are a community of mostly of LGBTQ and feminists, activists and feminists. And they started in 2000, I think was 21 or 22 probably. In 22, they set out this a creative writing laboratory, which was called Feminist Writing Lab. And it was online, which means that people both from Belarus and from outside Belarus could join. And they offered this feminist perspective, which I must say is quite new in this format of a creative writing lab, because we did have creative writing courses organized by the Belarusian Writers, Independent Belarusian Writers Union, which was amazing, but it was general and sometimes I would say a little conservative maybe in some things. So this feminist angle, it was very new, and you could see that it was in demand, that there is a need in that perspective. And in the following year, which was 2023, they continued with another lab which was focused on decolonization, because again, we don't talk about it, but we don't talk about Russian colonialism a lot. We know about other empires very explicitly. I don't know, British empires, everybody knows its empire, and a lot of people know the atrocities they've done, and there is awareness of that, but we don't really talk about the Russian imperialism, which is still alive and we are suffering from it still, and we have a lot to reflect on. So this lab has been a space where we can reflect on our national identity, which is a very interesting thing, because I know that in the West nationalism is a dangerous kind of, like, if you're a nationalist, it can be suspicious. But in Belarus, in our case, it means we need it to preserve ourselves, to protect ourselves, to survive, actually. So this is very interesting. We have this complex identity because of the centuries of Russian colonialism and the Russian language dominance and the Russian culture dominance in Belarus. and 2 languages, and we can't decide, what Belarusian literature in Russian is a Belarusian literature, but a lot of people, and young people actually, they write in Russian, for example, but then they try to Belarusian, and then now they even combine, and this is a very interesting process in which they try to understand, and we, thanks to this writing, who we are actually. So this is amazing space and an example, this, laboratories, writing labs, an example of what can be done to bring people together and create communities and process what's important, not just for individuals, but collectively. Then outside Belarus also, they have been publishing, because all the independent, all probably but 1 or 2 independent publishers in Belarus were closed down. And they reopened in exile, or new publishing houses opened in exile. And again, for example, a Belarusian publishing house based in London, Skarina, they also focus, they publish what others wouldn't. That is queer literature, that is niche literature, and it's become highly appreciated because apparently people need it, and it's, in the end, it's a positive thing that it had to open, because there were things that were untold and that you cannot speak about in Belarus, so it opened in exile. So the circumstances were obviously very sad, but in the end the result is positive. Then inside Belarus there is this poetry magazine, so the only poetry magazine in Belarus, Taubin. And they publish work by, so this is basically the only platform for young Belarusian authors, poets in this case, to be published, to be heard, to share their work. And it's important, as we know, to be heard and to share, because if you have no platform to share your work, then you feel unheard, and that's very demotivating and frustrating, and that you can stop writing. So this kind of platforms shows resilience and gives me hope personally as well. What else? So but the colonial and feminist perspective is very interesting, and it's gaining weight, I'd say. This writing lab, they produced 2 collections of writing of graduates of this program, and it's been sold really quickly. And I've never seen anything like that before happening. So which means that they are talking to the contemporary, in contemporary language to people here and now, which is important again. I could probably tell more, but this is also obviously, since the Russian invasion of Ukraine, we've been living in this double challenge. One thing is this war inside Belarus, the political war, the war of the dictatorship against its people, or not its people, but against Belarusian people, is ongoing. And then also Belarus was made accomplice in the war, because Belarus has been used as a launch pad to attack Ukraine. And so we've been feeling guilt as well, that we didn't stop the dictator, right? We didn't crash in 2020, and so this has become possible. So we've been trying to the best of our efforts to support our fellow writers by translating their work into Belarusian as well. That's an important point. Well, mostly that's it. I hope I managed to show some positive things.
I'm going to read the poem.
I don't think so. I wasn't asked to. I'm not prepared, but thank you. Thank you, and I can see that, tendency when I think about this literary magazine Taubin, for example, poetry magazine. I can think of the Turkish literary platform İlkez, Spring, that Ege Dündar, also an exile, organized and started in Turkey to just bring young writers together, and I think it's been working, and it's a great example of how we can keep the fight. Thank you.
presentation. Anyhow, now the system will be as follows. We'll open the floor for interventions by the public. Could be your own statements, ideas, or whatever, or questions to any of the panelists here.
Maybe you invite Roxana?
Yeah, it's coming, that one. The first person I would like to give the floor is to Roxana, the president of PEN Romania, because she wanted to speak yesterday when Caterina spoke there. She has a lot of things to say about Ukraine. So the floor, Roxana, is all yours.
Thank you. Yes, hello to everybody. 30 years ago, when I was younger, I witnessed the civil war in former Yugoslavia. And there are some images in me that will remain until my death. And I wanted to start a diary as a witnessing, as a writer, Romanian writer witnessing the war in former Yugoslavia, but I didn't have the energy because I was too concentrated on my country, on Romania after the fall of the Nicolae Ceausescu regime. So in the following 25 years, I wrote something like 7 books about Romania, a PhD about the literary memoir on the Romanian Gulag, a narrative fresco on the Romanian communist, book on mentalities on the violent imaginary of Romanians, and so on. But in 2022, witnessing once again a war, and I must say that in 2014 we were sleeping in Romania. The awakening was with Euromaidan, but it was a little awakening. The real awakening, it was in 2022. So this time I said to myself, no, I must write a diary. So I started the diary as a writer, as a civic actor witnessing the war in Ukraine. And I just want to read to you 3 minutes from this diary. Until now I have more than 100 pages, and I will have this diary until the end of the war. So some 2-3 minutes about. The writer's position as a civic actor is critical during conflict. I don't believe the writer should view his own reading during the battle. The writer must act in a humanitarian and ethical manner. He or she must act, not merely talk or write. After the war, there will be more writing that is devoid of war. Putinism has become an ism, a fanaticism. Putinism is a more serious and dangerous pandemic than COVIDism. So far, 6 million people have perished as a result of COVID. But since the Kremlin leaders' war of aggression began, we've been hearing less and less about the plague. What could result in ruthless casualties on the top of the already established one is the Putinist pathology, especially at the nuclear level, but not only. When Russia seized Crimea in 2014, Euromaidan was a smack in the face to Putin and the Russian invaders who refused to accept that Ukraine is not Russia. And yes, Ukraine is not Russia. Its democracy is far from perfect, but it is democracy, not Putinism. War also implies forcible removal, exile from one's home, and punitive exile. Putin has no qualms about turning Ukraine into a Syrian refugee camp for yet another people. I looked through photographs on the internet of children refugees, women refugees, and people hiding from the horrors of Ukraine's war. A forlorn child is sometimes more symbolic than an exploding tank or a burning building. For one does not need an open wound, blood, or a body ripped apart to comprehend the horrors of war. All that remains is the face of several children and teenagers cowering in an underground for fear of bombs in a shelter, gathered together, unable to comprehend why their lives have abruptly changed. I doubt that the Western powers can bring Putin down through diplomacy. Words alone will not suffice. Putin's downfall will be just as violent as Ceausescu's overthrow in Romania. I think so, should that be the case. Throughout history, no demented or paranoid politician has ever been labeled as such until it was too late. And the dictatorship continued for many years despite international protests and despite the population of the territory becoming increasingly aware of the dictatorship. I do not believe that Putin can be tamed. On the contrary, his rage, politically and militarily, is growing, as it is his refusal to stop until Ukraine is destroyed and conquered. At the onset of the conflict, a Ukrainian woman was asked what she expected from others, including neighbors such as Romanians, Poles, or from Western nations. Her response was poignant: "Help us resist." I find this SOS call crucial. Assistance must extend beyond mere political solidarity or rhetoric. It must be concrete, encompassing all that this entails. Ukraine refuses to be erased from the world map as desired by Vladimir Putin, and the unwavering determination of Ukrainians astounds both Russian aggressors and Western observers, and we, Romanians. Over the past 2 years, this resistance has evolved into an ethical and human model. The verb to resist was also pervasive in post-communist Romania. The Romanian linguistic thesaurus offers a plethora of synonyms: to stand firm, to confront, to hold one's ground, to oppose, to endure, to persist. I am uncertain of the extent of such synonyms in Ukrainian, but I hope they encompass all these nuances. Resistance entails and has always entailed refusing to succumb to the absurd, brutal, and unjust conditions imposed by corrupt or totalitarian regimes. Compassion and solidarity, these are, in my opinion, the most fitting words and responses to stand with Ukrainians and Ukraine. Some commenters on my Facebook posts and blogs argue that Romanians should focus solely on our own affairs and troubles rather than those of others. However, I believe it neither fair nor moral to remain indifferent to the suffering of a neighboring people, especially given our shared historical context. The extreme aggression Ukrainians face today mirrors the ordeal, I don't know if you know this, Romanians endured in 1944 when Soviet troops invaded and remained stationed in Romania for 14 years, withdrawing only in 1958. And during these 14 years, there were all sorts of massacres and horrific crimes and persecutions and sexual tortures and so on. Today, we are witnessing a clash of mentalities and civilizations where democracy is being tested. PEN International could play a vital role in elucidating to the world from a civic and human rights perspective why Ukraine deserves defense, support, and aid rather than abandonment and oblivion. And in the end, I want to show you something. 2 years ago, it was the 100 years anniversary of PEN Romania. And we published this book. It is not a book about Romania. It is a book about Ukraine. It's a book of solidarity with Ukraine, a war photo. So this book, it's in Romanian, English, and a little bit in Ukrainian, with writers, Romanian writers and Ukrainian writers. And I want to give this copy to Katarina. And I want to end saying this, Katarina. You know, Slava Ukraini are not just simple words, are great words. It means a lot. So, Slava Ukraini.
Thanks a lot, Alexandra. Well, I recognize now Simon Mundi who would like to speak, then Boris Novak and Tune.
I won't take too long, but there are a few little things I wanted to say. First of all, listening to everything of the last 2 days, I'm reminded of that line from Sean O'Casey's Juno and the Paycock, a great Irish writer, 100 years ago, the whole world's in a state of chasis. And chasis meaning chaos or catastrophe. The whole world's in a state of chasis. And it is horribly true, I'm afraid. It was true 100 years ago, and it's true now. But I wanted to interrogate a phrase that came up a lot yesterday afternoon, and that is the phrase international community. I'm slightly, and will the international community stop something? Will the international community intervene? What will the international community do? And I'm sorry, but at a time when actually there are very, very few good governments around the world, and even the ones that are good have some pretty horrible policies. You know, the governments around the world range from the truly dreadful to the mildly annoying, but there are very few really good ones. And the good ones tend to be in the very small countries who are completely incapable of intervening anywhere. The third problem is that foreign affairs, despite the fact that it is quite good at throwing exceptions, generally is fairly low down on the list of countries' priorities in terms of intervention. Quite high up on their priorities in terms of self-promotion, but very low down in terms of intervention. The United Nations is exactly what it says. It's a members' club. The Council of Europe is a members' club. It's governments talking to governments. And if the governments are bad, they are not an international community who's going to intervene anywhere. They've all got economic problems. They've all got domestic electoral strife between the left and the right. They've all got problems of recovering from the pandemic, from economic chaos, and from the 2008 financial collapse. They've all got the problems that they've either been invaded or are busy invading someone else. And so what is this international community, and how is it going to intervene? We haven't got a world rapid reaction force to go and prevent dictators from taking control. We certainly don't have a slightly later reaction force to deal with the problems once they've done it. We have a bunch of very underfunded, volunteer-run, mainly, United Nations agencies, which have very few, don't have the remit to intervene, can only take part when both sides agree, and are actually without any power of their own. So who is this international community? Right, I'm not going to just complain, I'm going to suggest that the international community, funnily enough, is us. We are the international community. We see ourselves as a community. We see ourselves as interventionist in the best way we can be, which is to say things about it, and say them loudly as we possibly can, in as many different formats as we can. Now, that doesn't mean that all our writing has to be protest writing, or even non-fiction writing, or even political writing. We can say something that just appeals to people's own sense of humanity and self-belief. It can be a love poem. It can be a poem about the landscape. It helps see the world in a different way. So that's what we are. But there's one thing we are really bad at, and that is connecting with our fellow artists. PEN is great, but it is just writers. So where's the musician's equivalent? Where's the actor's equivalent? Where is that? They are there, but we don't connect with them very much. We don't liaise. We don't get in touch. I mean, talking to Katerina here, doing wonderful stuff with PEN in Ukraine. My great friend, the pianist Alexei Botvinov, who reacted to the 2014 attack on Crimea by starting the Odessa Classical Music Festival, and now runs, starting this week in fact, all across Europe, Odessa Classics, where he puts on concerts from Latvia to Zurich, just playing music by normal concerts, but played by good Ukrainian musicians who are no longer able to be there, and supported, I may say, by Russian musicians in exile too. And so there is a community, but we're not talking to each other. So let's start doing that. And if we've got PEN writers for peace, let's try and get them to start musicians for peace, and actors for peace, and directors for peace, and then come together as that international community of the creative world for peace. Thank you very much.
I will now speak also as the organizer of the humanitarian help during the Yugoslav wars. And what I cannot accept international PEN was the politics which was proposed by our German colleague, which I name with the old term we frequently used in the times of the Yugoslav wars, equidistance. Equidistance was a policy of Chamberlain against Churchill. Equidistance was the policy saying that everybody in the Yugoslavia in the 90s was equally guilty. So Milosevic, the leader of the Serbian nationalists, attacking and sieging Sarajevo, was equally guilty as the innocent inhabitants of Sarajevo. That is the policy which is very frequent today in the international community, unfortunately also among writers speaking about Ukraine, speaking about Middle East, etc. So instead, and this logic goes in this way. It's apparently very wise, very human, saying they both have right. But in the situation in which the perpetrator of crimes and his victims have both right, then actually it is the criminal and who has all the right. And the victim is guilty for everything. And that is the logic which we frequently see in the explanations about the war, aggression, Russian aggression to Ukraine. They are on both sides guilty. Ukraine is equally guilty as Russia. And since Russia is the world power, at the end we end with the thought that those are the Ukrainians who actually launched the war against Putin. I would like to remind our German colleague about Ernst Toller and all of us about the history of international PEN. The most important Congress of International PEN was in 1933 in Dubrovnik, when actually International PEN for the first time, and it was the first international institution which condemned Nazism. There was a delegation of German writers who were pro-Nazis. And there came Ernst Toller, a great playwright and poet, who asked the word. And John Galsworthy, English writer and the president of International PEN at the time, as a gentleman gave him the word. Ernst Toller was so convincing that actually at the end the Congress in Dubrovnik condemned the Nazism, and for the first time in history. And the German delegation then withdrew as a sign of protestation. Let me remind you of the fact also that the most shameful, speaking about the greatest Congress of International PEN, let me also speak about the worst and the most shameful Congress of International PEN, and that was in year 2000 in Moscow. That was the time of the Second Chechen War, of the destruction of Grozny, and of the beginning of Putin's political career. And our colleagues, including the colleagues in the Slovene PEN, all went there to eat Putin's caviar and to drink Putin's vodka. I am not joking about it. I was at the time what Herman is now, the chair of the Peace Committee from the times of the Yugoslav wars. And I stepped down then as a chair of the Peace Committee and did not go to Moscow. And I was heavily then attacked by colleagues from International PEN. There is a great book of history of International PEN. You can see it also here. But there is no word about the Congress in Moscow. Oh, yeah? I have not seen. Okay, all right. Even better or even worse, because it is a shame.
I think it's worse.
Yeah. So, what I want to say with all this is that we have to follow the example of Ernst Toller, and we have to very clearly and loudly protest internationally against the Russian aggression in Ukraine. And of course, we also have to do it right now. There is no time to prepare here a document and wait for the Congress in Oxford in September. Right in these days, there are international important meetings in which the question of the help for Ukraine will be decided. We all know what it means. Let us not play that we don't know. So let us forget about our little satisfied lives and do something and send a statement, at least because of our own consciousness, to have a feeling that we have done what we could. And I'm sure that all the people who had an experience of the war, like Tomislav Bajsic from the Croatian PEN, will of course agree with me now. It is a question between Chamberlain and Churchill, to put it otherwise. And we know what Chamberlain's position brought. And I'm not advocating here for the war, not at all. But if we don't help Ukraine, the war will spread. Let us not have any illusions about Putin. And the destiny of our colleagues writers shows it very clearly. And let me end with a very personal memory. Bringing help to Sarajevo during the war, the siege of Sarajevo, in a certain moment, the vehicle which took us from the airport to the city went to the Serbian-controlled territory, where we were stopped and surrounded by a mass of 150 to 100 people, led by actually boys still, 17, 18 years, with Kalashnikovs. I had a lot of money for the Sarajevo colleagues. 2 weeks before that, the vice president of the Bosnian government was stopped in his vehicle like that and executed at the spot. What I remember were child expressions on the faces of this young man. I can say that they were innocent. But it could have happened that they would execute me or that they executed some other people. So here is, of course, a lot of very sensitive and very important ethical questions. So the violence, of course, must be stopped. And I think it is the duty of the Peace Committee to react to these things. So I suggest that we write a statement, especially about the question of Ukraine now. As we have discussed it yesterday, of course, the situation in Gaza is different, but of course equally tragic. And there is a historical spiral which is very difficult to cut. There is persecution of and death of millions of Jews in concentration camps. There was a gift of the international community in giving him their ancient homeland, which ended in chasing for decades Palestinians from their ground. And of course it brought then resistance. Without any doubt, the rockets of Hamas are a terrorist crime. But equally, and we must say it aloud and not pretend that it is something better, we have to say that the death of more than 30,000 Palestinian civilians, and especially the death of 13,000 children, is absolutely humanly unacceptable. It's a crime. And if we in the Peace Committee have problems naming it, that's wrong. We have. So what I expect the committee to do is a statement which would be sent, has to be sent immediately to the international community and to media. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Boris. Well, nothing prevents certainly the committee to prepare such statement. I'm going to speak afterwards with Simon so we can do something on that to issue as soon as possible. Yeah, because I need someone who speaks English here. And certainly that statement should be discussed with PEN Ukraine. It's not just a matter of a small group without taking into consideration the voice of those directly affected. The next speaker I have here is Tune from Slovenia, and then my friend, I forgot your name, sorry, but is a journalist from Iran in exile. Yeah. And then Giorgio, and then Tomisa, and then Teresa.
Da boste slišali tudi malo slovenščine, pa bom jaz prvi za to poskrbel. Danes je govor o katastrofah. Ko sem jaz najprej slišal za to temo, sem se vprašal, o čem se bomo pogovarjati. In pričakoval sem debato takšno, kot je bila do zdaj, se pravi, da se bo govorilo predvsem o tej dimenziji katastrof, kot so politika, vojne in tako naprej. Ampak jaz mislim, da ena od pomembnih katastrof, pa mislim s tem napadati, je pravzaprav v tem je neke vrste brezbrižnost v zvezi s katastrofo. To, kar bi po angleško rekli ignorance. Gre za, ampak jaz verjamem, seveda to ni.
This is not really the characteristic of people to be ignorant. The problem here is that we are overburdened and oversaturated with information. When we watch the news on the TV, we learn about wars, accidents, traffic accidents, floods, such as the ones we had in Slovenia last year. And then when you hear 10, 15, 20 items of news about disasters, catastrophes, wars and such like, you lose your capacity to empathize with all of these disasters, to think about them, to take your time and try to respond in a way that would be as engaged as was just described by Boris. And what happens is that all of these catastrophes are somewhat moving along as if nobody really cares, unless this catastrophe happens to us. For example, in Slovenia, in August last year, we learned about the consequences of global warming and climate change firsthand, because half of our country was flooded. Damage that was caused by the floods was incredible. Numerous people had to and still have to move. Whole villages have to be moved because they were built in an area where such floods are more or less to be expected in the future as well. So this again is a catastrophe which nobody can really be blamed for, but at the same time it is our fault because we have become immune. You hear a piece of news that there was a car accident in which 5 people died. Who cares? Then you hear that a boy died, a 13 years old a boy died in Novo Mesto. He was ill in the morning and died in the evening because he was infected with meningitis, and so on and so forth. And then there was another important catastrophe which was also mentioned earlier, and this is the fact that politics is subordinated to the capital, particularly in the so-called Western world. The world today is no longer led by politicians, but by large corporations, by owners of capital. And capital, as we know, is ruthless. In many cases, it doesn't even have a name, because we are talking about corporations, funds with private investors. They are managed by managers, and their task is to create profit. On the other hand, we also have corporations headed by the likes of Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos and so forth, who are also interested primarily in making profits. And our politicians all serve them. If you look at the measures undertaken in the EU, we see that these measures never strike against the capital. Even when we talk about reducing CO2 emissions, we see that these emissions can now be traded. A company which exceeds the quota for pollution, that is, for CO2 emissions, can purchase the CO2 vouchers from another company which has not reached their limit yet, which means that in reality the situation remains the same. We haven't done anything. When the European Commission adopted certain measures related to methane pollution due to agriculture, farmers took over the capitals of several member states, and these measures were abolished, which again means that nothing really will change. And of course, I could go on. And then my third point today is a catastrophe which is going to have horrible consequences for the humanity as a whole, and this, of course, refers to climate change. However, in the past 20 years, ever since we've become aware of global change, what has really changed? What has been done? Nothing. According to estimates, temperatures globally should increase by 2 degrees in the next 100 years, and in Slovenia, we have already reached the 1.5 degrees centigrade milestone. This is one of the greatest threats for humanity because we are not accustomed to higher temperatures. And every summer, people in Europe are dying in their thousands due to heat and heat waves. And this is going to continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Tune. Now, our friend from Iran, please.
Hello, everybody. I'm Hamed Aynevand, a journalist from Iran I'm in exile. And I want to say something about the situation in Iran after the supersession of the women life freedom movement in Iran. As you know, the efforts of the Iranian people to achieve democracy and freedom against the religious government of Iran have been brave. They stood empty-handed against the violent and merciless government of Iran. The extension of the mission of the human rights reporters and the fact-finding committee for another year is promising, but it is not enough in any way. We must ask the international community to stop the process of issuing death sentences and its execution. After the supersession of the women's movement, the Iranian society will not return to the previous period. That is why the government is trying to maintain and intensify the atmosphere of repression to create a foreign war. The Iranian society doesn't want war and foreign policy of Islamic Republic too. We want international community to help Iranian people to pass Islamic Republic and the effort to stop the inhuman punishment of death in general and especially in political cases should be the most important policy rights against the government of Iran. I request PEN International to pay serious attention to the issue of Iranian women and the violence against them. Narges Mohammadi, the Nobel Peace Prize winner, and many other women activists are still in prison, and the number is increasing day by day. We have responsibility for them. Thank you so much.
Now is the moment for Giorgio Silva from PEN.
Dear colleagues, if the greatest catastrophe for peace is war, the writers has not only response but responsibility during the contemporary era, from the philosopher and writer Immanuel Kant till a less known but very good writer in Trieste, Italo Svevo. Because when they thought about this problem, they gave an answer. We need a League of Nations. Lega delle Nazioni is in fact the title of the small essay not published before the death of Italo Svevo. And when PEN Club International was founded 1921, in fact, we are the sons and the daughters of that atmosphere of League of Nations. And League of Nations had not the courage of PEN International against Nazi Germany. Because Nazi Germany got off of League of Nations by itself. When PEN International got off them in Dubrovnik before, in March, in April, and then it was in November. Even League of Nations was better than United Nations, because just in 27, Germany was member of the board. And it is not member of the board now in United Nations. Even League of Nations had the courage to expulsate Soviet Union in 1939 after the invasion of Finland. United Nations has not this courage now. So we have a responsibility that from Kant, beginning of the contemporary era, till the First Great War, we gave the answer: we need a League of Nations. We are an organization for freedom of expression. We are for self-determination. We are also an organization for literature without frontiers. In fact, there could be a contradiction between this transfrontalier effort and some kind of defense of nations. But we are not representative of nations. We are representative of literatures. This is the soul of this contradiction. So I hope that during the next years, PEN International will discuss about what should be after United Nations. Thank you.
Thank you, Giorgio. Now to Mr. Farisic from PEN Croatia.
Thank you. I will be brief. Dear colleagues, dear friends, regarding the PEN tomorrow, which is a very important agenda, we in Croatia are starting the award for the best book for the young authors named Tonko Marojević, one of the emblems. I mean, the good spirit of the spirit of our Croatian PEN. So that's what we started, and I will start also by getting back to when I was 20, as you from PEN tomorrow, many are like when the Berlin Wall fell and the time when Putin was a KGB man in Berlin. So, but it was so important for us, for our generation students. It just marked an era that we hoped for the democracy, the humanist Europe, and especially for us from the Eastern Europe. That was one marker which was most important in our lives. And then Simon spoke very importantly about the European Union phrase. I have this, I mean, not the international community phrase. I had one poem about the war in Bosnia. That's like international community was like the Wizard of Oz, you know, and the people who were searching for it like were the frightened lion and the Tin Man and the Scarecrow. I mean, like that's what we all ask, the activists and everybody, when we are faced with such an aggression, a tragedy about like thousands of things that happens, and then what I saw, what Katarina mentioned, those marvelous, amazing people from PEN Ukraine, many of them are just like my two daughters. They had the years like my daughters, and they have this so heavy burden. It's just like they have a weight of humanity on their shoulders. So I would like to say that for me now, because for me Europe was most important, and then I think for my children now Europe is a really great thing and really important. I think I see Ukraine as the gate of Europe, of civilized and humanist Europe, and this gate is shaken. This gate is heavily shaken, and we have to do our best to help them. It is our cause. It is us. There, in their eyes, in their futures and their destinies, it is us. It is Europe. It is what we believe for, what has been structured and founded in Europe in centuries to make it be the best place in the world for human rights. So that's I think that Simon said, of course, also very importantly, where are the other artists? Yes, we are poets. I mean, poets, yes. Who Brodsky said like 1% of the people in all the world reads poetry. But where are the actors? Where are the musicians? Where are the people who can push through together with us? Yes, I know like we have these places in United Nations and everywhere, like counseling, but they do not hear us. But we have to do whatever the best in our countries to help Ukraine in all the ways. Even I speak it now on the Peace Committee, but I have to say it in militarily and humanitarianly, in person, anyway, because it is us with them now in Ukraine. So that's, I think, I thank Boris for this very moving speech. And it is, that is the poem he spoke now about something that doesn't come, the poem doesn't come out of my mind, the Czesław Milosz poem Sarajevo. Yeah. So what he was telling, in the same time when there was this war, the Milosevic army was prepared to kill mass of people for the borders, and in the same time we were building the Europe without borders, something we dreamed of, so that we will live all together. The generation that the first politicians, generations of Europe, were these like 68 idealists who just sold their ideals, and then they didn't react well. And then they didn't react. They just stood and said, there are some barbaric tribes on the Balkans, they are killing themselves, and what do we care? And then these things affect the future. So what I see now in Ukraine, I saw as a young man in Croatia or in Bosnia. And then I think Putin was encouraged by what he saw happen. For example, the Dayton Agreement, what happened to Bosnia, that half of Bosnia was cut out as a war gift. As the Republic of Srpska, and he made also the Republic of Srpska and the Republic of Srpska Krajina in Croatia, and then Putin says, yeah, I will make Donetsk, I will make Crimea, I will make these autonomous republics, and then I will push it to Russia. So he was encouraged by the Wizard of Oz international community non-acting in those times, and he said, I will do it and nothing will happen to me. And then he invaded Ukraine, and then it came to a point of no return. The war came to a point of no return. The trenches are like in the First World War, so it is something that, you know, like people are dying from artillery every day. So that's something that we have to act. And the dear colleague from Romania spoke about overthrow of Ceausescu. That was also very important for the fall of these regimes, communist. There was a great movie. It was a satirical movie, but very clever. It was called Chuck Norris Against Communism. I think maybe you saw it. It looked like KGB, the Secret Service of Romania. They brought the videos of the films from the Western films and so on, and they looked at it and somebody stole it and distributed it into the neighborhoods and into the buildings, and everybody started to sing, and it was like a joke, but it is something. It is not that people cannot do something. So it is also the people in Russia. We have to call the people in Russia as people in Romania, rebels and so on, so that the people of Russia and the people in Israel also. So yesterday, I have to say also, there was a point that Boris now mentioned, do not call it murder, what happens against Palestinians now. But then the colleague from Slovenia said, how should we call it genocide? It is also the truth. You can call it a genocide. And somebody said it is Netanyahu found a moment in history, like Putin, moment to get rid of all Palestinians. And so he sees it as a moment to get rid of all Palestinians for all the times. That's it. It is also very important. It is also the truth. It is also the truth. I think that we can all see it. So that is it is also important for what happens to Palestinians, for in Gaza, that we have to lobby to do something for them to have two states, because they will just disappear from the face of the earth. All these people, civilians, 70% of the people who are killed by the Israeli army are civilians, no? And somebody said half of them are children. So, and this is what happens. So that's, I just wish to say that we have to act. And Boris spoke about Congress in Dubrovnik. Yes, what Toller said, it's also, he said about he's not alive, but he will say it, I think, for Putin and for Russian aggression on Ukraine. We have to act, we have to do all in our best to help in every way we can Ukraine, and also to condemn. We wrote to Croatian PEN wrote to Croatian government, because they made a shameful decision not to comply to United Nations resolution and so on. We wrote that Croatian government has to condemn the Israeli aggression on Palestinian occupied territory and all the murders and killings and slaughtering that happens there against the Palestinians and Palestinian children. So these two things are very important for us. And so, yes, of course, I can say now also again, Slava Ukraini, for my friend Katrina.
Royal Slava.
Besedo predajam Terezi Kaveti, ki prihaja iz portugalskega PEN-a.
Good morning, dear friends.
Lepo pozdravljeni, dragi prijatelji.
We have wars, we have struggles in all the world, even without weapons, and we must learn how to fight them without weapons, with words, with our weapons, art, writing. I give you an example outside from all these struggles, Russia, Ukraine, Gaza, Israel. And it's just an example. When I was teaching, I had a Brazilian girl who came suddenly into my seminary, postgraduate seminary, and we were discussing a text in English about culture theoretical problems, very theoretical problems without insults against nobody, no culture, just theoretical. And she said, "Oh, I can't read English." She came middle in the class, in the hour. "I can't read English." Okay, I summarized and we discussed everything in Portuguese. She was Brazilian. Well, and she began to talk about herself, about her problems, about the repressions, because being a woman, because being not quite white, and so on and so on and so on. and I try to explain that we are going to gain weapons to struggle against oppression, against repression, against everything that oppresses us. And then she caught me at the end when we are going out of the class, of the room, and I had to hear, and I said, okay, I understand you. And she wrote a big letter against me because I refused to enter in her discourse of victimization. And that's for me the point. Dear Boris, dear friend, there is no neutrality, there is no equidistance. Aggressor is aggressor, victim is victim. And I don't name them because they are everywhere. We must always support the victims. But I told yesterday about the weapon industry, but let me still tell you about the post-colonial discussion. My point is, we are born after World War II. There is no reason for victimization about Nazism. We are born after that. Let's make it clear, yes? And let's take it as a reason to keep our independent mind, to discuss about all points. And every struggling element in each side, aggressor, victim, should be given the opportunity to not to be killed, not to kill, not to be killed, not to repress, not to be repressed, and to sit down and discuss everything. Should be all obliged to discuss. I'm against expelling anyone from any gremium. They must be obliged to discuss. At United Nations, I find it disgusting to see the Israel representative with the yellow star, the great victimization. But it's history. We must handle it. We must manage it. We must know how to respond. We must always know how to respond, and that's the point. To respond, to talk. If I could advise the weapon industry, it's a little bit cynic what I'm going to say. If I could advise the weapon industry, we should, all countries should give a contribution to give weapons to the United Nations, to send blue helms overall to make ceasefire. And this committee should be renamed Ceasefire Committee. And everyone should be obliged to talk, and stop aggressions, stop war, stop killing people everywhere. Thank you.
Before giving the floor to the next speaker, I would like to remind you that we are supposed to finish the discussion at 12. And I would like to give 5 minutes each of the panelists here at the end in order to reply or make other statements on the discussion we have had. So we now have 5 minutes more, and I have 2 speakers on my list. So I will close the list here, and I will give first the floor to Alex Paroli, and then Tanje Tuma will be the last one to speak. And then we'll go for the discussion, the last intervention by the members of the panel. Alex, please.
Yes. Hello. I would just say 2 things. First, we are humans. Read Salman Rushdie and read what he speaks of our own contradictions. We are always contradictions, first of all. And we are humans in front of Earth. And we all are responsible of the catastrophe of Earth. I'm very sorry. If we read l'Ancien Testament, the Old Testament, what is it? Le veau d'or, I don't know how you say it in English. Gold, money. money. We are all going for money. But we have to eat too. So when you see behind wars, what is it? It's always to take more power, to have a more richness. And we use, what, religion? To give a sense of the life? And in 2024, do we still have philosophers to try to think about what is going on? We are all responsible, and the only answer is to discuss between us. We have forgotten in 2024 that gray exists. Is the world only black and white? I'm saying une dérive now, in PEN too. Terrible, putting etiquette to people. You know, like the old bibliothèque, where we had the little thing, catalogue matière, this and that. Are we this only? We are many kind of things. I mean, and let's be a little bit more humble. I'm sorry. And we are always Occidents speaking in our wars. Since yesterday, 3,800 people in Congo-Kinshasa have been killed. We don't speak about them. Do you speak what happened in Yemen? And from where are coming all our phones and everything? So, I mean, we are all responsible. Let's try to discuss between and know that a human life has no price. Please. And as writers, as a translator, we're making bridges. We translate you so others can read you. It's a kind of way too to open communication between us. And I think that's our role. We are not in the UN. We are not politicians, we are not in Brussels. We are writers and artists. Let's stay that and know what literature can do, what fiction can do to think and get better. And try to, in the fight inside us between devil and angel, that the little part of angel win in our own hell. Thank you.
Tanya, please.
Speaking of humility, thank you, Alix, to remind us we should be humble. And my role is to serve, you know that, my role in Slovenia and internationally. And I have put down some tasks for us and for me, of course. First task, I think I should read you Draga's note, because yesterday, you know that we publicized that the illustrious Assembly of Writers for Peace Committee is supporting her action. And I would just like to quickly read you her response. Dear Tanya, dear delegates, thank you so much. I am honored by the support of International Writers for Peace Committee, and I thank you from the bottom of my heart. With this support, which is extremely important, and I would never even dare ask for it, and with all the signatures I am collecting now during my hunger strike, I will be able to turn to the politics. I know I'm just one woman and can't do more, but every moment now is important, every moment is alive, every voice counts. And so this is my first task. My second task is that I would like to nevertheless say that PEN International, although we have some problems with certain, let's say, standpoints, PEN International expelled PEN Russia when this PEN Center and its president supported openly on all the media the Russian aggression. So PEN International is not such a powerless and, let's say, organization. Also in the, let's say, in the queue of this conflict this terrible genocide in Gaza, PEN International is trying to balance and is having huge problems because of this. It's not so easy we are not talking about equidistance, please. We clearly know what is right and wrong. And you can, if you read the statement online, you will see that. But still it's very difficult when you have the most powerful PEN center, which is like 10, 20 times bigger and more powerful in terms of personnel and finances than PEN International, leading another type of policy. But even there, I think the voices are calming down, and I think they will find the right way to react, because this is really atrocious. So, to conclude my little intervention, because we have another thing to think of now, I would just say that we have now 2 texts to prepare. The first is, or 3, Gaza. Immediate call to cease fire against the war in Gaza. We talked about it yesterday. And the text which will be the foundation of the resolution for the Congress. And the second text, I think we should also do the same call for Ukraine. We cannot forget one war because of another happened. I think we should do the same thing, and I'm very grateful to Boris that yeah, okay, so this is our homework. Thank you.
Thank you, Tanya. I have to change a little bit what I just said before, because Tanya reminded me that there was another agenda item in this roundtable, that is the participation of Selma from PEN Slovenia, that she will speak about the Tomorrow's Club. But so what I'm asking you, the 4 of you, instead of 5 minutes each, maybe 2 minutes each, that would be great.
One sentence.
Or 2. Who would like to speak first?
Selma is going to speak now.
Yes, of course.
Selma,
no. Let's finish first the round table, and then we'll go for Selma.
Okay.
Okay.
To the mic.
May I start?
Yes.
I would only say that Russia commences a very brutal test of values and strengths between totalitarian imperialism and European civilization. And this test is not only focused on Ukraine. That's why I'm extremely grateful to Boris, to Tomica, to Ruxandra for being so brave and to express solidarity with Ukraine and being able to speak in the name of the community which is responsible for the decisions. And just let me, as I'm a person of art, as I'm a poet, let me conclude my intervention with a poem, and I would love to dedicate it to my fellow colleagues who love negotiations. Here is your apricot blossom, inferno. Here is your sting, death, relentless. Here is the blade that strips our skin bare. Here are the charred marks on the ground, just people lying. They died in terror, rolled their stones of fate. So rise, God, gather the army for battle, lift tombstone slabs over cemetery rows. Let these people rise and have time to love someone. What have they done? What have all you done to them? Look, archangels, lowering your fiery swords, how awkwardly blood splashes on the altar of the festive sky. Now black silence wreathes in the mouth of the corpse. How sudden April snow falls from it. Beasts roam, breed behind the iron wall. Judgment days measured and cut like spring dress. The seams remain, and the chair thinks about it could be too late. And the dead rise behind your back, and they ask for weapons.
Hvala Katarina. Hanna.
I'm just a bit overwhelmed because this unusual experience and very powerful experience for me. I have a lot to think about. I appreciate that people here express their ideas, their thoughts, their knowledge and suggestions so freely and with such, personal engagement. It's amazing to see, and just really personally for me is helping to answer some of my questions where I'm moving personally, and just proves to me that we as writers probably should keep talking to people, to each human individually, because the collective it always consists of many individual humans. So thank you all for just letting me be part of it. Thank you.
Well, I had different closing remarks, but now I have to finish my appearance here in a different manner. Mr. Novak used this place to insult me by putting me in the same shoes as Chamberlain. I will not return the favor. Instead, I will say something. I work at the university, so excuse me my academic approach. El Salvador is 12,000 kilometers from here in Central America. Argentina, well, more or less the same in South America. They also have rights, they also have their problems. Here, at the International Committee of Writers for Peace, we also have to think about them. El Salvador has elected a very problematic president for the second time with 83%. So 83% voted for him because of many problems this country has had. If you are interested in more about El Salvadorian history, we have Herman here who is part of that history of peace agreements. In Argentina, many members of PEN voted for Javier Milei. And why did they do that? Well, they know much better why did they do that than us. And they had good reasons to do that. Also, we cannot forget that. Now, I really don't want to include European arrogance, but that I was bred with, that I was born with, and that was put in my cradle only because I was born in Europe. And to tell them, this is the way you should do. No, that's disgusting, that's tasteless, and I will not do that. I will not teach anyone from Argentina or from El Salvador that I know better how they should act in everyday life. I will try to tell them stories, I will try to tell them about the history, and I will try to tell the others who don't know so much about El Salvador and Argentina about what's going on there. Raising awareness is sometimes much better than teaching anyone ex cathedra. Thank you.
Sedaj predajam besedo še Tahiri.
Fellow panelists, dear audience, I'm not here to either insult anyone or be insulted by anyone, hopefully. But I think it takes a lot of courage to speak about one's convictions publicly. So thank you, Tanya. Thank you, Boris. Thank you, friend from Croatia. I'm sorry I didn't get your name behind Teresa.
Tomica.
Thomas. Tomita. Thank you. Sorry, my pronunciation is not the best. Like Jan, I also had a different set of closing remarks. But like Hannah, I'm also overwhelmed by everything that has happened in this session. And Katerina speaks for all of us, I think. So does Tanya. Boris speaks for many, many, many of us. Thank you, Boris. So I will use the time that Mr. Chairperson has kindly granted. I'm not a poet, and there are many, many, many English versions of this German passage. I have selected this German passage, but I have only been able to do it in English translation. So if anyone who has expertise in the language and in poetry and in history and in religion, please correct me where I go wrong. And here it is. And you all know who the author is. I don't have to tell you. Coming from Asia, from South Asia, from Pakistan, I don't have to teach history to Europe. But one thing I will say before I recite the passage in one of its English forms is that two wrongs never make a right. And that it takes courage to stand up and speak of one's convictions. Right or wrong, that's not the point here. Courage of conviction. And the third thing I want to say before I recite the passage, and I'm growing old, so my memory is also failing, and my German is non-existent, so as I keep saying, correct me if I'm wrong. The third thing I want to say is, and apologies in advance to anyone, totally unintended, that the guilt of my history is not upon my shoulders. What happened in the past was done by someone else. I refuse to be made to feel guilty, to act guilty, and to act in aggression against past guilt. I refuse it. Don't force me to do that. And here is the passage I would like to end with. As I said, I'm growing old. When they came for the communists, I didn't speak up because I was not communist. When they came for the trade unionists, I didn't speak up because I was not a trade unionist. When they came for the Roma gypsies, I didn't speak up because I was not a Roma gypsy. When they came for the Catholics, I didn't speak up because I was not a Catholic. When they came for the socialists, I didn't speak up because I was not a socialist. And when they came for the Jews, I didn't speak up because I was not a Jew. But when they came for me, there was nobody left.
Ki bi spregovoril v mojem imenu. Hvala za pozornost.
Thank you, Tanya, for your last intervention, which is a marvelous way of finishing this round table with exchange our views, etc. Now, I would like to give immediately the floor to Selma Skenderovic for I will need a training course in Slovenian. The floor is yours, Selma.
Are you speaking English for people?
Yes, in English. I share Hannah's opinion or thoughts. I'm really thankful to be here with you and hear all of this. Every time I go to Tomšičeva 12 in Ljubljana, this is where our PEN is. I know I'm going to hear so many new things and ideas, information, so I think of them probably for a couple of days. After the 3 days with you here, I will be thinking for more time for sure. Yesterday I was talking about how we established the Slovenian Young PEN. Today I would like to talk about what we have done since forming it. Since I wrote, we are at the beginning, but I think this beginning is really promising. Since I posted on my Facebook that we formed the Young PEN, I have to say that the public response is really positive. Immediately we gained attention from some local and even national journalists. So I think that young people really want to take the initiative, but sometimes we don't know how. So Tanya and I we organized a round table for young writers, and we discussed about why is it important to write in one's mother tongue. So for us it was in Slovene. This was our first event, and then we focused on organizing these events around this writers meeting and for the tomorrow's Faces of the Peace Festival. One of the things I'd like to mention is that we named the round table for tomorrow at the intersection of social engagement and literature. I think that our guests, so Hannah Komar and Tijana Rakočević, and also me, and Ege, unfortunately he wasn't able to come here. But what we are trying to do through our literature and our writing is to be socially engaged as much as possible. So tomorrow we will be discussing about this. Hopefully many of you will be there. There is a few things I would like to say too. So please don't forget that we need mentors. I couldn't agree more with Tahira about what she said about the educational system. I don't think that's necessarily connected only with educational system. So if the educational system fails, that doesn't mean everything else has to fail. So if someone didn't learn something in the textbooks, let's just, you will help us. You are older than us, and if we miss something in school, please, you are here to teach us, to correct us when we are wrong. At the first meetings, I was asking Tanya and others, what do you have from the young people? So why would we be in PEN and doing anything? From this meeting, I think for the future of PEN, you have to teach someone, So when you all won't be here anymore, we will be a little bit longer. So please. From our part, I can assure you that we will try and be as patient as possible and to learn from you. I want to talk about Ege's plan. So Ege wrote a lot about tomorrow's club or the Young PEN, so we haven't really decided about the name. Well, I would like it to be Young PEN because, we are a part of the PEN and not just tomorrow's club. Sounds a little bit like other project,
Yeah.
So Young PEN is Young PEN is connected with the PEN, so let's just go with it. So our idea is to connect as many as possible young writers. So we limited the age, so authors under the age of 35. Herman said something smart earlier. So we were talking about, Hannah said she's not that young, she's 35, so and Herman said...
Officially, according to this gradation, I'm not that young.
Yes, and Herman said that when you are 35, you don't think you're young, but when you're older, then you realize you were young at 35. So...
relativity.
Yes. Well, of course, it's relatively, because for me 35 is a little old. Sorry.
I was there. I know.
Okay, so this is one of the things. I don't think we will. I think 35 is the right age. Then the next thing. The next thing is about what our colleague Milan Jazbec said to me yesterday. Actually, in the Young PEN of Slovenia, anyone who is a member of Slovenian PEN could possibly be a PEN of the Young PEN. So this is a little bit worrying, but we will change this. I think it's maybe with a new protocol or something new, so that we accept younger people and younger authors. So thank you for everything that you've shared, Herman, Milan, and anybody. Oh, Tomica, I forgot about this wonderful initiative for the award for young people. I think that's really great. Kim also asked to talk tomorrow about what we did. So maybe when with forming young PEN centers in different countries, so we can get connected together. So once again, please help us with everything. We need connections, we need your knowledge, we need your ideas, so that we can take initiative and so that we can fight for the peace and everything that you said here, because sometimes for us it's hard to know everything and to judge whether something is fake or true or anything, but hearing from people like you, I think it's really, really important for us. So thank you.
Excellent. Well done, Sarah.
Thanks a lot, Selma. Now, this is the end of the session this morning. We go now for the lunch break, and we reassume at 2 o'clock. No, sorry, 1 o'clock. I am the Latin American type. So, sorry, it's 1 o'clock here for the next round table. Thanks.
Dobar dan, hello. Let's start with our afternoon session, and it is my honor to present Irina Danilovic from Ukraine, occupied Crimea, as empty chair. Citizen journalist and human rights defender Irina Danilovic was abducted by unidentified assailants and forcibly disappeared in Koktebel, occupied Crimea, on 29th of April 2022. The same day, Russian security forces searched her house and seized her phone and equipment. Danilovic was eventually located by her attorney on 11th of May 2022 in a pre-trial detention center in Simferopol. She reported being subjected to torture and other ill treatment and forced to sign a confession without having read it. She was subsequently charged with illegal purchase, transfer, storage and transportation of explosive substances or explosive devices, and listed as a foreign agent by the Ministry of Justice of the Russian Federation. A nurse by profession, Danilovic had previously been harassed on account of her journalistic reporting on the Crimean healthcare system and her trade union activities. In December 2022, Danilovic was sentenced to 7 years in prison and fined 50,000 rubles, approximately 700 euros. In June 2023, the Supreme Court of occupied Crimea upheld the verdict, reducing her sentence by 1 month. She was unlawfully transferred to the Russian Federation in July 2023, when she is currently being held. In March 2023, Danilovic went on a hunger strike in protest against her persisting lack of adequate medical care in prison. According to her family, she has fully lost hearing on her left ear. PEN International calls for her immediate and unconditional release. Pending her release, she must urgently be provided with adequate health care. Irina Danilovic. Now my word goes to Vesna Mikolic and her panel on the Balkan literatures. Please, Vesna, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Is it open?
You have to press the button.
Okay, thank you. So, welcome to the round table entitled Multiculturality and Dialogue in Balkan Literature. The round table is supposed to be a kind of look back and analysis of current situation in post-Yugoslav region, but above all, I hope a reflection on the future. So all our panelists and me as well are from the same region, so we could speak also in our maybe a kind of Yugoslav Esperanto, but okay, we decided for English, and just few reflections in the very beginning. We can say that the history of the Western Balkans is a history of conflicts, unfortunately. But I would start with the quote of Bosnian writer Aleksandar Hemon, who today lives and works in USA, who said, as a Bosnian, I always imagine disasters, but every disaster is followed by a period of reconstruction and rebuilding. And I think that the resilience and the ability to reconstruct is also a strong point of our spaces. Because multiculturalism and also interculturalism, the diversity of cultures, languages, literatures, religions, was truly lived by us in these spaces and is still alive, at least by my opinion. We will see after if we all think in the same direction. But if the post-Yugoslav space is characterized by the affinity of languages and cultures on the one hand, the borders between our cultures often seem like unsurmountable barriers between them, and barriers between our common experiences. And so this could be the first way of thinking. How do see this paradox? How we see it today after almost 30 years of armed conflict in 90s, and how do ethnic conflicts relate to left-right ideologies, and what does this mean for democracy of our societies today? But if the multiculturalism of the Balkan could be a cause of conflicts, it could also be a solution. In the field of literature, for example, there was a kind of common literary market in Yugoslavia. You probably we all remember that many writers from all republics, Croatia, Serbia, Montenegro, and Slovenia, and Macedonia, and Bosnia and Herzegovina, met and worked together. We remember festivals. Some of them are still alive. Vilenica and Struga in Macedonia. Then we remember literary journals, common literary journals, meetings, all kinds of meetings. So we can also speak of genuine intercultural literature. Also, when we think about writers such as Ivo Andrić or Danilo Kiš or Josip Osti, who really belong to two or more South Slavic literatures and can be found in two or even more literary histories. So the second kind of question could be, what does this experience from the past mean for today's cooperation in this area and beyond? What does this mean for contemporary intercultural writers from minority and immigrant literature, and for authors among refugees and asylum seekers? So what the Balkans can offer to them, to these authors, from our intercultural experience in the past. So I would invite our colleague, Professor Milan Jazbec, who will deliver the introductory speech, and I can firstly introduce him shortly. So Professor Milan Jazbec is an ambassador in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Slovenia and a professor of diplomacy, one of the first, or the first professor, Slovenian first professor of diplomacy at the University of Ljubljana and the new university in Kranj in Slovenia. But he's also a poet and writer. Yeah? He published more than 60 books and many articles in 14 languages. He has a long and distinguished career covering diplomacy, business, journalism, politics, and literature, of course. He was the Slovene ambassador to North Macedonia, as well as visiting professor at the Southeast European University and the International Balkan University in North Macedonia. He was also ambassador of Slovenia to Turkey, Azerbaijan, Iran, Iraq, Lebanon, and Syria. He was the last Yugoslav consul in Klagenfurt and the first ever Slovenian consul. And he holds the distinguished Grand Golden Decoration of Honor with Star of Merit of the Republic of Austria. So the floor is yours, dear Milan Jazbec.
Hvala lepa, Vesna, za to predstavitev, ker Vesna ni diplomatka, ne morem reči, da pretirava, ne? Torej, ji moram verjeti, sicer pa bi rekel, da pretirava, če je bila diplomatka. Hvala lepa, Tanja, za to priložnost, da lahko govorim tu. Spoštovane kolege, kolegice, dragi prijatelji, bom nadaljeval v angleščini, ampak najprej nekaj slovenskih besed. Jaz sem bil v veliki skušnjavi, kot je tudi že Vesna omenila, da bi govoril neki jezik, ki smo lahko rečemo balkanski esperanto. In to bi bil privilegij, ker bi se mi med sabo perfektno razumeli, večina pa ne bi nič razumela. Ampak nočem nikogar ekskomunicirati, zato malo tega šaljivega voda. So, dear colleagues, friends, Tanja, President, and Vesna, thank you for this opportunity. Thank you for this brief introduction. I will try to give a brief introductory speech or some notes or outlines about this topic of today's topic. I'm glad that there is a key word, literature, because Balkans, I'm sure, can be very well, if this is possible at all, understood through literature, through various messages that depend on authors, on readers, and on time, in which time we read this. Since we speak about literature, we speak about words, I speak about speech, I will use the hate speech report that was produced, about the hate speech in the Western Balkans as a starting point for my discussion. I will not discuss it. You received it via mail, the link to where it is accessible, but I have to mention this at the beginning. So this is a kind of a starting point mantra for this my discussion and my elaboration. And referring to this, I would like to express my special thanks to two introductions to that report that were prepared by our colleagues and friends, Herman Rojas and Boris Anovak. They come from very different regions that are very apart, but their two introductory words are unique in a very emotional,
personal reflection of the topic, and their messages are universal because of the findings of this report, because of the universal symbolics of Balkan region, and because of the two authors. So I suggest to everybody to have a look at this report and to read both introductions, which I did with an utmost pleasure. So what is Balkans? Now, this is an everlasting question in the air everywhere. Long ago, I had the opportunity to read memoirs of Karl L. Sulzberger, the nephew of the founder of the International Herald Tribune. Karl Sulzberger, he was the correspondent from International Herald Tribune from Prague in the early 40s, and then he was advised by Masaryk to go to the Balkans. And Masaryk told him, go to the Balkans, there will be many things that will happen there. And of course, he did that way, and it happened that way. In those memoirs, 7 Continents, 40 Years, is the title. Sulzberger gives a brief definition of the Balkans. He says that this is a mountainous, hilly region full of people who love to make jokes and are very keen and easy to make wars. But of course, I claim, judging from my personal experiences and also from that what I was reading, studying about the region, about the Balkans, there are unprecedented potentials in each possible way. Music, movies, literature, jokes. But of course, when we speak about the region that has such unprecedented potentials, one has immediately to point out that unprecedented potentials also mean very high vulnerability. We know this, we witness this from the previous century, because the 20th century started with the Balkan Wars and it ended with the Balkan Wars. This is a very telling, horrible, you just name it, a message. Otherwise, I draw from my personal experience, of course. What else should I do? Ne? And I don't want to do anything else that reflect my personal impressions in the whole this introduction outline. My most important direct encounter with the Balkans was, well, more than 40 years ago when I did my military service in Macedonia, in eastern Macedonian city of Štip. It was a very interesting experience. And then, you know, you can imagine 36 years later, I came to that same region. It was not anymore Republic of Yugoslavia, but it was an independent state, and I was there the 6th Slovene ambassador. I mean, déjà vu, that one would hardly think about it. There will never be any such case because we are too old. The history is, passing by. And it was interesting when in the military, when the chief of general staff learned this, the military took me to Štip, to that barracks. I was guest of honor there, and then there was a wide media coverage, and I received the Honorary Citizen of Štip award. So I want to say how complex and unpredictable are Balkan stories. And at that time, when I was doing my military service, it was the headquarters of the division, 26 or something, that was, that was aimed towards the possible assault from the Soviet bloc from Bulgaria. So it was one of the most sensible locations of the Yugoslav army at that time, Yugoslav People's Army it was called, and the commander of the division, the whole division, I took the oath on the name of the whole generation in front of him, was a certain Colonel Blagoje Adžić, who was 10 years later 3-star general, chief of defense of Yugoslavia, and was commanding the attack of Yugoslav People's Army on Slovenia, so the Balkans. Two more impressions from this point of view, that you will see where I'm positioned within these metrics, to say so, very changeable. My uncle, my aunt's husband, he took part in the famous battles of Neretva and Sutjeska. I was listening to him telling me about this. And in my gymnasium years in Brežice, high school years, you know, military airfield Cerklje, the last Yugoslav frontier towards the possible attack from west, is in the municipality Brežice. And of course it means that it meant that there were a lot of high-ranking officers, especially from Serbia, and those who were very dogmatic ones, no wonder. No? But you know, with kids we were playing basketball. And later, much later, in '99, I think, I found out that I was playing street basketball in those times with a guy, with a colleague of mine, maybe even a friend, I don't remember anymore, who was commanding the most cruel paramilitary troops during the war in Bosnia. It's horrible when we think about all these aspects. So how to understand the Balkans? I will point out 3 topics. First, the post-Yugoslav heritage. This, what to my mind, has been positive in the whole area after the dissolution of the former Yugoslavia. Thanks to Budgetary Commission, the term was the dissolution because it produced legally 5 equal successor states. Otherwise, it could have been totally different. So, strong media. I think the tradition of strong media is one of the outstanding aspects of the post-Yugoslav heritage on this area, on these places. Then, strong civil society. The same thing, the same. Then very emancipated people. And since we speak about position of women in all aspects of society, it was interesting how in former Yugoslavia, for various reasons, the employment rate and the position of women was very well received, very well reached, and it was an issue that was very important for that time and that way of life. Then strong and telling literature. Let me just name a few names. For example, Krleža from Croatia, then Njegoš from Montenegro, Andrić from Bosnia, Miloš Crnjanski from Serbia, Luan Starova from Macedonia, Albanian from Macedonia. I pay tribute to his memory in this bulletin. There are contributions from some of us. And of course, Slovenia, Cankar. We are sitting in a Cankar hall. Yesterday we are sitting in the Prešeren hall. So this heritage reaches across the time, across atrocities that were going on in the early 90s and also later on. I asked once the pre-last Yugoslav president and then the second Croatian president, Mesić. I asked him, President, tell me, how do you see this region, these issues 30 years later? He said, we didn't learn anything. We didn't achieve anything. Any frontier, any border wasn't moved for a single millimeter. And there were more than 100,000 deaths. There were hundreds of people displaced, ruined, destroyed. What? For nothing, for nothing. Here I come to the post-Yugoslav burdens, nationalism. It is horrible how nationalism played a completely destructive, negative role in the process of dissolution of former Yugoslavia and in the more or less simultaneous process of the emerging of new states on that territory. I'm part of that generation. We went through. I still don't have any rational explanation for this. I cannot find it. In spite of this, what Vesna, everything told about me. Then autocracy. We have been witnessing during these 30 and something years on that area, on that territory, that basically autocratic regimes or political elites prevail. Nobody has been thinking about this at that time. It's not only here, but I'm speaking about the Balkans. Then suppressing of media and civil society, totally different. Of course, there was censorship in former Yugoslavia, communist and socialist. But now this is different. I'm sure it's different. It's much harder, much above 100%. Then, what is the term partitocracy, or the fact that political parties are those who are the most stronger political actors, not governments, also capital, yes, but political parties. It is unbelievable in which way this has developed. And of course, all these post-Yugoslav burdens, they are highly clearly illustrated in that report on hate speech in the region. It is the natural result of this. It's not natural, but it's a logical result of this hate speech. Of course, there are also some other reasons, but this is what I think primarily determines this hate speech. Results, a few results. Limiting public sphere. One can get impression that public sphere is being limited all the time, narrowing all the time. Of course, it's also because of social media that drive individualism in our lives and so on, but the public sphere is getting narrower and narrower. Then personal threats. State-controlled media, I said hate speech. So I think that one of the results of this, or the consequences, is, I would say, people drain, not only brain drain. Balkans are getting empty and empty. You know, I was serving 4 years in Macedonia. I came to Macedonia, I left North Macedonia. I was shocked, not to say surprised, when I was walking around Ohrid after so many decades, and each second shop, we hire people to work for this and this and that. There are hardly no people available for work, and it's not only about salaries. People just go, leave, also from Slovenia, but this is more drastic, especially I would say in the very heart of the Balkans. This is the result. And then when we think about hate speech and this, who is driving hate speech? Generally speaking, smaller and smaller group of people, those who stay there for various reasons, and they are poisoning everything. That's why it's so difficult to counter it, maybe even impossible how to counter it. And when this goes along, or go along all these other illustrations of hate speech and so on. I was told I have 10 minutes, so I can finish in 20 minutes now. Okay. No, I'm more or less at the end, you know. So what to do? Nobody is clever enough what to do, but I will say it is important to discuss about it, to speak about this, to make it public, to make public announcements, press releases, reports. I'm very grateful to you, Tanya, for this, your driving vibrations that PEN Slovenia and in other forums that there are documents, statements, press releases about the Western Balkans. It is also very important because it is our, let's say, broader region, and we have to point this out because we understand the region, we know how it works, and especially, as Tahira said in the morning, we have to do this, at least my generation, that the young ones will understand that there is a history in it, and that history can teach us a lot of things. And it's not just speaking, old guys speaking about some rubbish, but there is much to tell about it. And there is much to vibrate and to use it. And this is what I found important, and this is what fascinates me about the Balkans. And as I said, extremely high potentials, including political jokes. If you want to understand former Yugoslavia, then and the complexity, then try to learn as many political jokes as you can. Of course, I cannot challenge you without telling any, at least one. You know, there was a joke when President died of former Yugoslavia, Tito, there was a presidency established of 8 representatives of each republic and 2 autonomous provinces, and the first one in the row was the Serb representative, Petar Stambolić. He was 85, 86, and he was not good with memory, with nothing, and he kept on forgetting things, and once the chief of protocol took him with the official car to the airport, and when they departed from Belgrade, from the palace, he asked him, tell me, are we departing anywhere, or we are expecting anybody? So this was also one of the reflections of former state, and we are now to discuss what everything has developed out of it. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Milan, for this really very detailed examination of the topic, and also thank you for presenting these devastating results. Of course, with your experience, you could tell us even more, but
20 minutes,
yeah, you will have the last word. So, our first panelist will be, if I can say, the youngest one, because we are very diverse, not only because we represent different countries, but also different generations, and so also our perspectives are very different. So let's introduce Tijana Rakočević from Montenegro. She is a poet, writer, playwright, as well as doctoral student at the Faculty of Philology in Nikšić. She is also a member of the editorial board of the literary and cultural newspaper Focalizator. She has published 1 poetry collection and 1 short story collection. She received recently the Sian Award for Young Writers last year in Vilenica. So the floor is yours, Tijana.
Dear colleagues and friends, esteemed President of PEN Center Slovenia. Microphone. Now?
Press it.
Press. Okay, thank you. Dear colleagues and friends, esteemed President of PEN Center Slovenia, it's a profound honor to be among you today, surrounded by the voices and stories that ignite reflection on the essence of freedom and the landscapes of our existence. As we convene here, our purpose resonates with unity, yet our gaze is drawn to the pressing issues that haunt our homelands. We aim not only to celebrate our collective aspirations, but also to confront the challenges that besiege our societies, armed only with the wide arsenal of our words. Right now, Montenegro is facing serious human rights violations and limits on free speech. Our friend, colleague, and a member of PEN, Boban Batričević, is a prime example. He spoke out against the Serbian Orthodox Church, and the courts came down hard on him. Even though international pressure led to dropped charges, the fear remains. People are afraid to speak, knowing it could ruin their lives. Who could blame them? But the influence of the Serbian Orthodox Church goes beyond personal freedom. It shapes our culture, education, and politics. And the pattern is familiar to those who remember its role in the troubles of the 1990s in Yugoslavia. But it's not just about fear. There are practical implications too. Funding for independent writers and critical voices could dry up. Who would want to support a project that might attract legal trouble? This lack of support further marginalizes alternative viewpoints, leading to a narrowed media landscape where only the mainstream narrative thrives. In the long run, it could erode our democracy. A vibrant democracy depends on a diversity of voices and perspectives. When writers and critical thinkers are silenced or self-censored, we lost out on valuable insights and critiques that help us grow and improve as a society. So when we stand up for Boban Batricevic, we're not just defending one person. We're defending the principles of free speech and democracy. We're fighting for a society where everyone feels empowered to speak their mind without fear or reprisal. I beg you not to stay silent. Thank you.
Thank you, Tiana. Thank you for your action, for yours. We need you and your generation and your actions. So thank you very much. And now it's turn of Andrea Lesic. Andrea Lesic is an associate professor of comparative literature and literary theory at the Faculty of Arts of University of Sarajevo. In London, she taught as a lecturer in Serbo-Croatian at the School of Slavonic and East European Studies. And after the doctorate at Queen Mary of University of London, she taught Russian literature there as well. She has published on literary theory, memory studies, South Slavic literatures, and popular genres. So the floor is yours, Andrea.
Thank you very much, Vesna, and Tanya, thank you again for allowing me to come here, as it were. Since I see quite a lot of familiar faces, quite a few of you have already heard me speak, so I won't re-describe Bosnia, because I've done it before, and I think pretty much everybody knows the chaos that we live in. But I will now act as a theoretician of literary history. And since you asked me to talk about also the past, and Milan has spoken about this post-Yugoslav space, and there has been a lot of talk about the relationship between all the ex-Yugoslav national literatures. And generally my attitude to this is that we are pretty much all of us in this post-Yugoslav space, that we are post-colonial, polycentric literary polysystems. It's a very ugly way of saying that we all come from formerly colonized territories, countries, that those colonies also were very often divided up between different empires, that we have also successive colonization by different empires, and that there is this connection to wider cultural and literary spaces outside of our borders that also brought with it multilingualism and multiculturalism. And we very often spoke to each other not through our shared languages, but through foreign languages. So, for example, Latin in the 15th and 16th century was the lingua franca of these parts. For several of the countries or nations now, there has been a project of this kind of projection of national unity into the past. And as soon as you start looking at the way things are put in those literary histories, you very quickly see cracks, that you do not have one nation, one language, one literature if you go further in the past than the 19th century. You have regions that adopted different literary languages. Very often you had very strong division between the urban centers and the rural areas. And the languages we used to communicate in the cultural space were all very often foreign languages. Just before the panel started, I managed to find a quote from Antun Barat's famous book on Yugoslav literature, where he talks about, there's a bit where he talks about Slovene literature and says, those few Slovenes in the 15th and 16th century who managed to get schooling felt it was perfectly natural to communicate in the cultural space in German and in Latin. So there was and that was the case in pretty much all of these countries, that different foreign languages, we would call them now, but then they would simply the languages of learning were used. And the situation for a fair number of our writers is still the case today, or is the case again today. You mentioned Alexander Hemon. Alexander Hemon definitely belongs to the Bosnian literary polysystem, but his most important works are written in English, and he can be justifiably considered to be an American writer. But he belongs to us through translation, because most of his works that are written in Bosnian are written as sort of newspaper columns, not his main works. The same goes, for example, for Sasha Stanisic, who lives in Germany, writes in German, but is translated into Bosnian, is taken as one of our own, even though we only read him in translation. For those of us, at least, who don't read German. And I think that the idea of multiculturalism, it's already in the fabric of how our cultures and our literatures function. That's simply how we grew out of this colonial experience, and I think we should embrace it. Also, the communication between our different languages and literatures historically has always been complex. Sometimes they were closer, sometimes they were further apart. But in those periods when we were together as a community, like in Yugoslav times, in those times, and if you look at Yugoslavia, it's roughly about 70 years, through joint education, through a joint canon, a literary canon that was created at that time, quite a lot of literary works of the past that did not belong to our individual national literatures in the past became part of the shared literary canon in the present. And I think we can carry them further into the future. And as for the present situation, I think that you asked also about the differences between the left and the right in terms of how we communicate. I think we can safely say that those of us who are on the left do communicate quite well and do it freely. And you mentioned Vilenica and Struga as literary festivals. In Bosnia, there are two. There's books, at least that I know of. Bukstan and Cum grano salis in Tuzla, for example, is very interesting because Cum grano salis in Tuzla does also every year a literary prize for the best novel written in, unfortunately not Macedonian or Slovene, but Croatian, Bosnian, Montenegrin, and Serbian. And just examples of what happened last year. There were always five roughly finalists for the prize, and nobody from Bosnia came in to the finalist selection last year. I was in the jury, so I take full responsibility for that. They were simply not the best. And also what was quite depressing is that almost all of the Bosnian entries were still about the war. So I think there was some hesitation as well to yet again talk about books about the war. The two books that I particularly liked from the finalists list, one from Serbia, and that is Mirjana Drljevic's detective novel, which is called Niko nije zaboravljen i nikoga se ne sjećamo, ničega se ne sjećamo, Nobody is Forgotten and We Don't Remember Anything, which is a fantastic title. And it's a genre novel, it's a detective novel with a woman police officer searching for 3 missing teenage girls. And everything is brought in, the post-socialist Serbia, post-war Serbia, the unspoken stories of Serbian war veterans, the transition from socialism into capitalism and the trauma of that. It's an extremely complex novel. It is a genre novel. I've now recommended it to almost everybody I know in Sarajevo, and everybody who's read it has loved it. So it's a novel that definitely crosses borders. The other novel, which was to me complete revelation, is Robert Perishic's novel Brod za Isu. It's been translated into English as, I think, The Cat at the End of the World, something like this. The original is Ship to Isa. It's a historical novel, but it's about the ancient Greek, in ancient times, Greek colonization of the Croatian island of Vis, or as it was then Isa. And what's wonderful about it is that it talks about ecological themes. It has a cat and a donkey as very important characters, so it's completely non-anthropocentric. And this whole story about colonization is basically the Greeks come to Vis, but there are people there. So it's not as if it's, the first arrival of humans to a territory. There's this assumption that humans were always there. So there's always somebody there who has already the right to a land. And it was wonderful because it was so completely outside of most of our topics, but it was talking about all of those things from a completely unexpected angle. It can be read as something that speaks to our Anthropocene era. It can be spoken about as a story of colonization, story of slavery, story of destruction of the environment, but at the same time it's removed enough that we can think about it freely. And I'm very glad that those two authors were both on the shortlist of a literary prize in Bosnia, and they were both authors came and were very, very well received, and everybody in Bosnia who's read those novels has loved them. So I think there's hope in the sense that if you have good books and if you have interesting discussions and if you bring interesting people together, certain sparks can be lit up and people open up and start talking about things that really matter, even if they're about a donkey in ancient Greek colony. Anyway, that's it for me for now.
Thank you, Andrea, for giving us your hope, yes, optimism. Although you highlighted very well this polycentric and multicultural development of our region, which is obviously difficult to master. Because nationalisms and this strong positions of our leaders show that they are kind of afraid of this cultural richness and polycentric development. So let's see how it is, how do cope in Macedonia with these problems. Vladimir Martinovsky is a poet, a prose writer, essay writer, literary critic and translator. He works as an associate professor teaching comparative poetics at the Department of General and Comparative Literature at the Faculty of Philology, Blaže Koneski, at University of Skopje, San Cyril and Methodus University. And he is a member of the executive board of the International Association for Semiotic Studies and executive board member of the European Network for Comparative Literary Studies. So,
thank you, Vesna. Thank you, Vesna. Above all, dear fellows, PEN fellows, I would like to express my gratitude to have an opportunity to share the floor with you and to have opportunity to be a part of this panel discussion on Balkan through the lens of multiculturalism and also dialogue. And I would also like to start with this idea that literature itself, as we all know, is a dialogue. It's an essential form of how we communicate. How we communicate not only with people that we know, but also with among different generations and also with different cultures. And having in mind that we are talking about Balkans, I would like to start with this this very brilliant idea that all these literatures are interconnected, and there is a tradition of mutual reading, reception, and having in mind also the starting point with these festivals. I would like to share with you this experience that thanks to these festivals, in the previous 20 years, I had a chance to meet authors not only from the Balkan region, not only from ex-Yugoslav literatures, but also and Europe, but also from all continents, from all over the world. And these festivals are really very important. Struga Poetry Evenings, for instance, this year it will have its 62nd edition, and just reading the list of the laureates, yes. Yes. Yes, I have seen some of you, and I have met some of you thanks to these literary festivals. I have been to Vilenica as well as a guest 1 year at the panel of in Ljubljana. We were, and I was really impressed. And I think that I will start I would like to point out that the communication and dialogue through festivals and through meetings, and of course this I would like to say that's why again I would like to express my gratitude to the organizers, to this Bled meeting and the meetings, and I would like also to invite you next year. We will have our regional conference. It will be also an anniversary conference, the 20th regional conference of the Macedonian PEN Center. It will be probably in June, and soon we will inform you about the topic and about the topics of the panels as well. If I talk from the perspective of Macedonian literature, what is interesting about Balkans, that there are many authors that have dedicated a very important part of their opus to Balkans itself. One of them was mentioned previously, Luan Starova, in his cycle of more than 20 novels. It's a huge cycle of novels. The title is actually Balkan Saga. There are hundreds of, it's a family history, but there are hundreds and thousands of different stories related to Balkan history, view not only from the perspective of negative stereotypes that we are all informed and we all know about them through jokes, also through many other aspects, but also I would say that this cycle of novel is also has this also the perspective of hope, which is quite important. On the other hand, we can also talk about mutual reception in the field of theater as well. If I mention Goran Stefanovski or Dejan Dukovski, most of their plays are related. If I only mention the titles like Kaza Balkan, the play of Kaza Balkan, or Ex-Yugoslavia by or even Bahanali, or many others by Goran Stefanovski, but also Balkan is Not Dead by Dejan Dukovski. They are all connected with different layers and different. I would also like to stress out this link between multiculturalism and different layers of cultural layers connected to Balkan history, and of course literature history as well. One of the last examples with very intensive and I would even say extraordinary reception of a single book of a collection of short stories is the example of Rumena Bujarovska, my husband. Actually, through theater, this collection was part of the repertoire of Ljubljana Theater. Also, there are two different plays in Belgrade. Also, recently in Athens. So these adaptations of her works, of her short stories, is a wonderful example that can show that that there is an interest about different literatures. Also, thanks to this dialogue between different art forms, and that's why I really like the idea that writers for peace should also collaborate with different artists, because I think fighting for peace is our common goal for not only in this region, preventing also the liberty of speech and of course in the field of arts, but in media, and I think that we can also find very nice examples, maybe last but not least, also in the framework of PEN. I would also like to share with you the example of Balkan PEN network. It's a very good platform for mutual reception of literatures. We are planning actually to start a whole edition, the Macedonian PEN Center, focused on Balkan literatures. Maybe the first one will be released next year. We will share with you the first invitation very soon. It will be focused probably on short stories actually, and we would like to make an anthology. All works will be in their mother language and also in original, but also translated into English. And maybe another very nice initiative, project, long-term project that I would like to share with you today is the Versopolis project, connected to Slovenia as well, but as a platform connecting different poetry festivals, not only in the Balkan but in the European context, as a very good platform for a dialogue between poets coming from different literary scenes. Thank you.
Thank you, Manu. Thank you. Meetings, networking, this is the way for literature as well. We cannot stop with this. We should not stop with this. Only we have to be active. And you mentioned Balkan jokes. I think that the Balkan jokes are part of this competence of resilience. But still, there are situations that even jokes cannot help, and maybe Marko Vidojković can explain us about this kind of situations. Let me introduce you briefly. Marko is a Serbian novelist, lawyer by education. He is one of the best-selling authors in Serbia, but also one of the most prominent figures in the protests against President Vučić. He is an activist and human rights advocate, active in many fields. He worked as an editor of magazines and books. With Miljenko Jergović, he was the protagonist of feature documentary film Dugo putovanje kroz istoriju i povijest. He's the host, he's still the host of the TV political spaghetti Eastern, Dobar, Loš, Zao. He's also a guitarist and back vocalist. He played and sang in many bands. And for his novels, he received the Weidel Award, the Kočić Pen, and a Golden Bestseller Awards. So please, the floor is yours.
Oh, thank you. Okay, well, you know, we started gloomy and depressive, you know, like, but your Slovenians are like prone to depression, and yeah, we all know that. So, but then again, okay, then we had a really gloomy moment for Montenegro, but I really understand, and I'm so sorry about that. More on that later. And then we became more and more cheerful, and now pure joy and happiness from Marko Vidojković, because he's on antidepressants. I was diagnosed with prolonged post-traumatic stress disorder, and this is me happy now. And I hope you will forgive me if I flop some words, well, I don't know if I'm joking, but I'm telling the truth. So you can also put that in my biography that I have PTSD, which will not end fast. Okay, you guys, yeah, Milan was wondering how come the nationalism, how come the people of Balkans are so, Western Balkans, are so prone to nationalism? Well, that was his. I will say why. I saw the one study, scientific study. I found it on Facebook, so I'm prone to trust it. Yeah, I found it 2 times, or 3 times maybe, and the result was the same. Who are the smartest people and who are the dumbest people in Europe? So, never mind who are the smartest people. And guess where do the most stupid people in Europe live? Well, they live in Serbia, Bosnia, and Montenegro, and Macedonia, and Albania. So you got your answers there. And I said it, you know, because for all of us, we're just plain stupid. So that's it for you. Thank you. No, okay, I had something else to say. Of course, more serious. I wanted to say something from my own experience. Well, we'll come to that also. But let me just, you know, we have an elephant in the room. We have an elephant in Western Balkans. That elephant is called Aleksandar Vučić, or Serbian or toxic influence of Serbian nationalism, or maybe even influence of Russian nationalism or Russian imperialism by Serbia. So to all of you guys, you know, in his diaries, from which he wrote from 1989 to 1995, well, I think the most famous Yugoslav of 20th century writer, revolutionary, and the first Cold War dissident, Milovan Đilas. Well, he wrote in, I think it was 1989, as early as 1989. He didn't want to see. And he really guessed everything. He was really intelligent, a great man. And he said, I don't want to believe that there will be war in Yugoslavia. I just don't see it. I don't want to see it because I'm Yugoslav and I'm a Democrat and I don't want to see a war. But if there is a war in Yugoslavia, Serbs are screwed. And I don't know. I know it doesn't seem like that, but we are. So don't worry. Serbs are screwed, but you know, just you have to leave it out and wait for it. You know, because he knew what he was talking about. You know, the narrative that came in the 1980s, from Serbian Academy of Science. And some other circles, nationalist circles, presented Serbs as, you know, the double victims of 2 great wars instead of double victors of two great wars, because Serbs were victorious army of the First World War, and Serbs among Yugoslav partisans were the triumphant army of the Second World War. No. Suddenly, all of a sudden, after Josip Broz Tito, you might know this guy, Vučić is more famous than him, but okay, when he died, all of a sudden there comes this narrative of Serbs as victims, and this narrative slowly but surely tells everybody else in Yugoslavia, well, now the guy's dead and we are making new rules. And our new rules are this. We're going to, cut the autonomy from Kosovo and Vojvodina, okay? Is this okay? No, okay, but we already done it. And then we can, Yugoslavia, if you want, we want, but if you want, you're sure you want to, Yugoslavia might fall apart. But if it falls apart, we choose the parts. And, the parts with the Serb majority stay in future great Serbian state, whichever it's called. We like it to call Yugoslavia, and it really was called Yugoslavia. It was bombed by NATO as Yugoslavia in 1999. So Yugoslavia outlived Yugoslavia for a long time. To cut things short, this politics, this kind of rhetoric started the wars in ex-Yugoslavia. Everybody else wanted to break up under the constitution of 1974, and this Serbian elite, nationalistic elite, was like, no, we're going to war, and we're going to win that war. And they lost the war, and they lost the second war. They lost the war in Croatia, in Slovenia. Sorry, you had your war also. I almost forgot. Small war, but victorious one for Slovenians. Congratulations on that. But that was against the Yugoslav army. That was not so against Serbs. Slobodan Milošević wanted to let you go. So okay, then Serbs lost war in Croatia. First, it looked like they won, because they took like 25% of Croatia. But 3 years after, they lost everything. And they lost all the people from Croatia, all the Serbs from Croatia are now in Serbia. So after that, Serbs lost the war in Bosnia, and it looked like they won the war because they had 70% of the territory. And then we had a war with the whole world, we like to call it that way, and we lost that war from NATO, and we lost Kosovo in that war. So, as you can see, you can see a pattern there. We start a war, we lose it. We start a war, we lose it. And the worst thing about this is that now at this point, and all these years, throughout all these years, not one actual member of Serbian elite, of the same Serbian elite that produced those terrors, didn't want to apologize or even admit that something was wrong. So now you have it too. At this point, we have the same thing going on in Bosnia. Soon there will be a UN resolution on genocide in Srebrenica. And, we have a separatist pro-Russian Milorad Dodik, who is backed by autocratic organized crime pro-Russian and mafioso boss Aleksandar Vučić. So it's tough, if you are in Serbia and you oppose those things and those guys, because they are dangerous, and they are dangerous for the region, of course, and they are dangerous for us who live in Serbia. As you can see, it's not easy being one who talk about this stuff, because if I just say Srebrenica genocide, I become an enemy of the state, an enemy of the Serbian people, and we of course know that not all Serbs did hideous crimes. They have their names, and they were sentenced in Hague for those crimes. And these elites, these criminalized elites of Serbia and Republika Srpska, and we have them in Montenegro. Sorry, guys. Sorry, I forgot. I forgot how you will last get out of that. You know how you said yourself. You know how Montenegrins are yesterday. So you will last get out of. You're getting out of Serbian kingdom last. You Montenegrins, you. Yeah. Okay, so to cut things short, we will lose this everything. Of course, we lost our lives during the process. For 30 years we are coping with this, and we cannot. The whole region is being hostage of this thing. Well, I'm prone to swearing, but antidepressants are making me happy, so I won't. And you just need to see the bigger picture, and the bigger picture is we have lives that are too short for a too large Balkan history and overlarge Serbian proportions of Serbian master ego of Serbian nation. So I'm sorry for all the Serbians who understand what's wrong. And are under psychiatrist treatment because of that. Nobody mentioned that we have Crocodile Festival in Belgrade.
I was going to, I forgot.
Wow, I didn't forget. So, we also have a huge festival. It's amazing that one of the greatest regional book and literature festivals is being taken in Belgrade. For I don't know, maybe 2007-ish, I don't know, so like 15 years now. All writers from the region come in Belgrade, and there's a huge audience, and you wouldn't believe how is it possible that this city, Belgrade, and these are those people for war? No. There are silent Serbs who are actually normal. Okay, we have another round of questions, and thank you very much.
You saw Balkan's humor at work. Yes, indeed, Balkan's humor helps to survive and to exit from this difficult relationship between aggressor and victim. But yes, sometimes it is in Slovenian we have a nice proverb, reči bobu bob. So sometimes it should be told directly something. And thank you, Marcos, for this speech. And so now we open the floor to our. I'm sorry, I don't know you, Kozma. I don't know you all of you, but please, Kozma. Yeah.
Hello, Simon Mundy from Wales, which is somewhere which had our sort of Balkan wars about 600 years ago, but were just as nasty. Just wanted to say two things, really. First of all, it was the first time I went to the Balkan region was for the Council of Europe in 1997, when they sent me to Vukovar to see how which was then under UN control and being patrolled by the Jordanian police force, much rather to the surprise of the residents. And there were two things that happened there. One was that every night one side bombed a church and the other side bombed the other side's churches on average once a night. And the second thing that was extraordinary, which was all the fields around Vukovar were mined completely. Nobody had cut the grass, therefore, for 6 years. So the place was that high in grass, but it was moving, and there was no wind at all. And you thought, well, how is the grass moving with no wind? And the answer was rabbits. The rabbits were having a wonderful time because there was nobody to attack them. And so somebody does win when there's a war. But actually, this is an invitation. We were talking earlier about how joining together with other art forms. And one of my day jobs, if you like, is that I work as an advisor to the European Festivals Association. And we have a lot of Balkan members in the IFA, but they're the music festivals and the theatre festivals generally. We've got Haris Pasovic from Sarajevo, we've got Ohrid Festival, we've got the Serbian Festivals Association, we've got, I mean, all the different parts of the Balkans are represented in there. But they are the music and theatre and cinema festivals, not the literature festivals. And we have our annual festival summit on the island of Usedom in the Baltic in a month's time. And we're there, we're doing it in what is now an arts centre, but was in the Second World War the place where the Nazis built the V-2 rockets for attacking the rest of Europe. And that is in a way our way of saying what was war can now be peace. It's now an art centre, and so we are having it there for that reason. And similar with the Balkans. I mean, I'm sure that we will sooner or later have our European Arts Festival Association in the Balkans. And can I just say that, you know, if you want, let's take it out of this context. Let's put it back into a truly European worldwide concept, but first of all, the European context, not an EU context, something totally different. We're all Europeans, those of us here, and we feel like Europeans, especially when we go somewhere else. We feel like Europeans. So let's celebrate that, and do come and join, but persuade your literature festivals to be part of the general festivals movement. Thank you.
Thank you. Boris was the first, and then three of yes, I will take. Yeah, I would like some. Okay, maybe. Okay. Okay. Ognjanovic, yes.
Well,
Ognjanovic.
I'd like to salute this wonderful gathering and this wonderful committee ever so active. That's one thing. The other thing, thank you very much for this very inspiring and so Balkan witty speeches. I'd like to, about the festivals, I'd like to tell a few words about a wonderful festival called Proza Balkan, and which is a Macedonian festival, as a matter of fact, held in Skopje, done by Dan Trajkovski. And then, but it's a Balkan festival, really. And besides being, it's a 10 years old festival by now. And I attended like 2 or 3 festivals there. And I should say that it's a well organized and very well attended, since you know nobody reads anymore, literature doesn't exist anymore. Well, it's subsidized by smartphones and by Facebooks. What do you call Facebooks and stuff? But that festival is really alive and very active. And I'd like to salute that festival and send greetings for their work and support by this very committee and by us writers. And I should say one more thing, that is that festival has literary readings every night, and it takes plays like 6 nights or something a week or something, and that not only laureate has his or her evening readings, but every night there is a reading of different Balkan authors. So go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. Voice is voice, and then it's your turn.
I apologize for speaking too often. The problem with the Balkans starts with the borders. Nobody really knows where the borders of the Balkans are. If you ask the Austrians, they are sure that the Balkan starts at the Südbahnhof, at the South Railroad Station in Vienna. If you ask my Slovenes, they are sure that the Balkan starts at the Croatian border. If you ask the Croats, they are sure that the Balkan starts at the Serbian and Bosnian borders. In Serbia and in Bosnia, they cannot quite escape the Balkans. But here we see that it's actually a very controversial term with many meanings. From the historical political, which surprised us greatly, like the Balkanization, connected with the Balkan Wars. And I was shocked when I once read, as a student, that the Middle East was Balkanized. Okay. What I, at the same time, think that the most interesting thing about the Balkans are very controversial and radically different evaluations. We have a lot of people, also in the region, absolutely hating the term Balkans and the symbol, what it symbolizes. At the same time, we had artists who celebrated the Balkans, like in the first half of the 20th century, Ljubomir Micic, who forged, avant-garde artist, who forged the term Balkanic barbarogenius. In Zenitism, movement. I must say that I've always loved the Balkans, also because of my own personal experience. I'm a child of Slovene parents, born in Belgrade, where I finished elementary school, so I was bilingual completely as a child already. And in my wider family, I had Serbs, Croats, Bosnians, Germans, Austrians, Jews, a Scot from the Napoleonic Wars. Now I have a branch of the Irish married with the Bosnian branch of the family, and those Irish even speak Irish Gaelic. So it is a true Balkans. Also religiously, those were Catholics, Orthodox Christians, Muslims, Jews, you name it, and of course atheists. What was for me absolutely crucial in this family, and also wider in the Balkans, were the differences. And that was also the greatest wealth of the country which no longer exists, Yugoslavia, where the world was concentrated in Yugoslavia. We had the north and the south, the west and the east, but unfortunately these differences were not respected. So there came a kind of a wave of the absolutization of identities and of the destructions of the others. And of course we can deeply regret it, and especially the way Yugoslavia fell in a tragic, bloody way. There were also later very, I must say, brave and ethically honest efforts to reconstruct the dialogue and connections. One of them was a literary magazine Sarajevo Notebook, Sarajevske sveske, where some of us cooperated. And that was an effort to re-establish a dialogue after the fall of Yugoslavia, without the political aim to form a new Yugoslavia, but for sure to work together, to have a dialogue, and to try to maintain humanity and arts. And it was also a great literary paper. Symbolically, we have named it Sarajevo Notebooks, Sarajevske sveske, because of the suffering of Sarajevo. And I'm sorry to say that this magazine, unfortunately, is no longer because of the financial reasons. And its founder, Vojka Smiljanić-Đikić, died a few years ago, and also our colleague Aleš Debeljak, who really lucidly contribute the crucial definitions of the Balkans and of the Yugoslav literatures in the process of the wars and destruction, and afterwards calling it actually a sunken Atlantis. And so that is unfortunately the Balkans, but all right, it will stay here, and I'm glad that we continue with these meetings and that this is also a topic here. Hvala lijepa.
Such a great experience in this topic, but I just let a short reply to Andrea to this, or
Just to connect the topics, because I have just about Vojka. I'm sorry about people who raised their hands, but Vojka Smiljanić-Đikić was an incredible figure. She was the editor of Sarajevske sveske, Sarajevo Notebooks. The reason why the journal is not published anymore is because she died. She was the connective tissue of the magazine, and she was able to bring in every issue, about 50 different texts from all over former Yugoslavia. And she actually, I have to admit, she sort of wanted me to become her successor. It was very clear that I could not have a day job, my day job, and do that, because she did it as a day job. And in one of the final issues she edited, we met up and she said to me, "Look, girl, you have to get active, because I don't know what I'm going to do if I die. The issue is going to go to the dogs." So her kind of priorities were the magazine and then whether she lives or dies. And I couldn't do that. But the other thing is a story of hers. She was Bosnian, but grew up in Belgrade and was married to a Bosnian Muslim from a very distinguished family. And she continued speaking in the Belgrade Ekavian speech throughout while living in Sarajevo. And she once told a story of how she heard on the TV a girl from Banja Luka, from Republika Srpska, saying that she was never going to get in a relationship with a Muslim. She could not. And Vojka, married to a Muslim, said, "But if you only knew, dear girl, how beautiful the Muslims are, what are you going to do if you fall in love?" So yeah, that's tribute to Vojka.
Hello, I'm Cosmin Perța. I'm from Romania. And yes, we're a Balkan country. So it's very good to be among friends. And I always say in a Balkan context, I am among friends. And Boris mentioned Aleš Debeljak. I miss him a lot. He was a very good friend. Yes, and he instituted me as a Balkan author. So I am in front of you to tell you that I think Balkan literature it's one of the best, but it's also one of the most unknown literatures, especially among us, because we share like the geographical context, a vicinity. We share bits of common history. We share lots of mentalities that we have in common, and we share a set of values sometimes. We are alike in good and in bad many times, but we don't know each other. Because except for the ex-Yugoslavian space, which communicates better from obvious reasons, when it comes to Romania or Bulgaria, we don't get translated. So in the past 20 years, I've been to many festivals all over the Balkans. And I have a lot of friends. I have good friends in Serbia, I have good friends in Macedonia, in Montenegro, in Croatia, in Slovenia, and I've read their books whenever they were translated. But I know little or nothing about the literatures they come from. And they know little or nothing about the Romanian literature. So I think the PENs in the Balkans could facilitate or do better for, I don't know, to help a way that those literatures communicate. Because in fact, I think we are parts, you know, of the same literature, of the same space, of the same mentality. So I think more active PENs or more active representative of PENs could make meetings in different Balkan countries, and we could have talks and discuss I don't know, the newest topics, but not just among us, you know, but in front of public, in front of an audience. So we feel each other, so we understand each other better, and maybe this way raise an awareness and raise a kind of interest from the editorial part, and bring the editors in, so they are interested in the literature the Balkan has to offer. And one more idea I'd like to just throw on the table. Why not PEN just award a prize for the literature in Balkan, for a literary piece of work written in Balkan. And this way, I don't know, maybe with the prize for Balkan literature, each of our PEN centers could put some pressure or make some, I don't know, influence, pour out some wise words and convince some editors that at least those authors that get those prizes for books that are very representative for the space in which they were created, they are translated in each of the Balkan countries, throughout the countries. And that would clearly help and facilitate dialogue. Thank you.
Boris, you can see now everybody wants to be Balkans. But yeah, regarding the award, it's excellent idea, but I can say that in Slovenia we started with 4 years ago with the International Mediterranean, European Mediterranean Award for Intercultural literature, so for also Balkans literature, and so we our award goes to writers, to translators, to academics in this field. So maybe we can combine something with this award. Yes. The name of the award is Pont, so like your Constanza region, Pont as bridge, but also as this was, you know, Virgil asylum. Pont, so yeah, we have a lot of association with this name. Yeah. Okay, thank you. I think there are two. No. Three. I see here three, and there another one. Yes.
Well, I had already an answer. Romania is Balkan and Bulgaria. But now, what is your position with Kosovo, with Albania, and with my country, Greece? Because in my way, I've been taught Balkan the first time was used for Greece. So just to know in your Balkan net, where do you put them? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now here, yes. Both together, yes. Slovenia and Montenegro.
Montenegro together.
You first, please.
Ladies first, okay.
Yes.
I wanted to say, when we are talking about publications that unite this Balkan space, we should not forget a friend of ours, the vice president of PEN, Dusan Gojko. Dusan Gojko is the editor of Balkan Literary Herald, and he publishes really everything from the Balkan. The last issue, maybe 2 issues back, he published a Slovenian poetess, Meta Kušar. He publishes from the region. They've done 70 books already. And it's practically with no money. I don't know how he does it, but he does it. And if you want the connection, you have his email, etc. But I own another thing. I'm a bit tired today. It's the 2nd day for you, but it's probably the 10th day for me. With all the changes, air tickets, you know, everybody's got a story. Once I will write a book, although my my colleague Jennifer Clement said you should write a book, Your Life in PEN with Men. But now I have to do a tribute to the chair of this round table, because I didn't present you, Vesna. I'm really sorry, that was so rude. Vesna Mikolic is a full professor and scientist, linguist, and of course literature. She works in Koper University, or this is a research center, not university, but she is also a teacher at the Trieste University, which we are very happy and proud of, because next year, you know that Gorica is going to be Gorica and Nova Gorica, so the 2 towns will be together, European capitals of literature, of culture, yeah. So, and Vesna has written some amazing books. I will just tell you about 2. One is about non-violent language, and she explores language in Slovenian literary texts, but also the language of society, also the fascist society, which for this area, and the fascist hate speech, how it came up. And the other book, which is very popular at the moment, particularly probably with the students, is Do You Read Cankar? We are in the Cankar Hall. This is our most famous novelist from the beginning of the 20th century. I wrote a book about his publisher, but Vesna wrote a book, Do You Read Cankar? So if you want to read Cankar, turn to Vesna, and I'm sorry for having been rude. Now, Boban.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tanya.
Thank you, Tanya. You have always amazing speeches. Thank you. Like me, yes. First, I came to hug Marco because he's a very brave man. I like the way how he speaks and what he speaks, and everything what he said about Serbian regime. It's true, because we in Montenegro feel it every day in our life. What I want to say, European Union noticed in the last few years a few problems in the Western Balkans. First of all is Russian malign influence, and beside that, very connected with that question is the question of liberty, freedom of expression. And I don't want to analyze here that. I want to tell one very funny story about Tito, which will help to illustrate the situation in Western Balkans. I think the people from Yugoslavia remember this joke, but it's very funny. When Yugoslavia tried to connect with the US against the USSR, Hoover came to Yugoslavia to speak with Tito about economy and about human rights. And they fly over Yugoslavia with helicopter, and they see factories, they see new cities, new block cities, and Hoover said, "Dear President, my friend, I'm amazed with this. I like the way how you do this, but you know, main problem in Yugoslavia is human rights, freedom of speech." And Tito said, "Why? Why do you think that?" And he said, "Look at this, I can illustrate it with the situation in America. You can find in every American city people who walking through streets and they saying, 'Hoover is a gay, Hoover is a gay.'" And Tito, "I don't see difference between USA and Yugoslavia." "How?" "You can find in every Yugoslav city people who can say, 'Hoover is a gay,' and nobody will arrest them." So this is very good illustration for our context, and also I want to illustrate this over our situation with Montenegrin PEN Center. Diana, thank you for mentioning my case. Last half of year, last 6 months, I was persecuted by Montenegrin authorities, and they want to put me in jail 2 months because I criticized Serbian Orthodox Church and their promotion of Putin regime and Russia aggression on Ukraine. So beside my case, we have also a case of our other Vice President Sreten Vujovic. They want to put him in a jail 1 year because he was on a protest against current President Jakov Milatovic and his promotion. And then, as I mentioned yesterday, few months ago, 2 months ago, our most famous today writer, Andrei Nikolaidis, he got award of British PEN 1 month ago for a best translated book on English, and this is what we are very proud. And he sent hello to you also. I said that we are together here. So they decide to burn his puppet on a carnival in Herceg Novi, what was really unimaginable. And every day we feel that. And I'm finishing. If you want to have a clear situation in Montenegro, in your perspective, you must imagine Ukraine before aggression. So you have cultural colonization by Serbian authorities in Montenegro, you have assimilation process, and you have negation of Montenegrin identity, national identity, culture, and literature. So beside all of this, what we're trying to do to promote freedom of speech, we need also to preserve our national identity in a Balkan context, which include all the differences. So we are very included in promotion of sexual liberties, women's rights, civic rights, minority rights. So we are in a dangerous position, but we will succeed. We have Ukrainians as our, guides, so we will help in this war. Thank you.
I want to ask you, for how long do the Herceg-Noviani burn the puppets of somebody? But first time, or is this?
No, this is a long tradition, more than 2 centuries, but this is first time that authorities, authorities burn somebody who is not in power, Always the target is prime minister or chief of police, but in this year, first time that they burn
an opposition. Yeah,
yes.
For the sake of truth, several weeks before that, in Croatia, also on the photo festival, they burned the puppets of Putin and Alexander Vučić.
Yes.
Just so you know
the context. So, thank you.
I don't know. I just wanted to know is that. I just wanted to ask. Okay. Sorry.
Thank you very much. Thank you, PEN Slovenia, Tanja, everybody. Thank you.
Naslednji govornik.
Indija, ja, sam ne vem kako je ime.
Yeah, I don't have anything to add to this, obviously, because I'm absolutely ignorant about the Balkans. I am here more to present a question rather than an intervention of any sort. It's quite clear that the Balkans constitute a subcontinental identity. For reference, in the same way that South Asia, and I think Tahira Appa might agree with me here, South Asia within Asia, which is not just India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, but also Sri Lanka, the Maldives, Nepal, constitute a South Asian identity. Now, what the elements of the identity are, different South Asians might have different takes on it, but sometimes there are certain recurrent themes, especially where culture and literature are concerned. One thing that comes to mind is sentimentality. In South Asian writing, even when you have dark humor, you have it with a certain sentiment around it. Another is an aspect of magical realism or romanticism. But like I said, many other South Asians might differ with me on what South Asian literary identity comprises. My question to all of the panelists on the round table, and I think it would be interesting to hear for me as an outsider, that if you are to think of a Balkan literary identity, what are certain elements or certain words or phrases that would come to mind for each of you?
Yeah, maybe we can leave this for last words, your last final words, yes. But now, because now we have two intervents, yes. Barbara, and then it's your turn.
I'm sorry to take the floor shortly. I expected this roundtable to be very exposing the problems of the Balkans, and if finally it came out as a promotion of the identity of the Balkans, and it seems that we are really happy with us and that we really love each other, which we do. Paradoxically enough, it is true that, as Milan said in the beginning, that these people are all like to joke and like to fight. But I think that the situation is way too serious. So what Marko Vidojković was exposing is one of the best ways I've heard until now describing, I really must say that, describing the truth, because the image of the dissolution of Yugoslavia, which is perceived in the rest of the world, is still quite controversial. Because of the fact, as Marko said, because of the fact that Yugoslavia or Belgrade was bombed as Yugoslavia, but in the reality, it was much more falling apart before that. And Yugoslavia didn't have, at that time, I was thinking that Soviet Union had the chance to have Gorbachev ruling, and that's why it didn't fall apart violently. Or the world had the chance that it didn't fall apart violently, which happened in Yugoslavia, because there was no such rational transition to. But now the situation is the opposite. Now the Balkans, which has been a laboratory of chaos and war, doesn't want this anymore, and it's happening. The imperialism is happening where it was rooted. And we should say that because the situation in the Balkans will return as a chaos in spite of the fact that we love each other. The Serbian media today are full of rubbish, full of propaganda, and there are some rare voices who are so smart and much more direct than everything that was said here for years. So I think that that's a pretty interesting situation. What you can hear in Serbian media is about Russian imperialism is
autocratic media, classic autocratic media. 95% of media in Serbia are regime controlled, and regime
controlled by Russia. Yeah, right.
No, by Serbia, which is maybe controlled by Russia,
or financed by Russia.
Yeah, really, I think it's controlled by organized crime, actually.
Which is similar as, I mean, I was just trying to quote somebody who said in the Serbian media that Russia today is not a state, but it is a privately owned mafia or something like that. That was the first time I've heard such a bold statement in Serbian media, which is normally very. So this is also the contradiction of the Balkans, and what struck me lately was the fact that I was talking with our Montenegrin colleagues who called to help, and we could hear two of them speaking now today, saying that it is becoming very dangerous today to be Montenegrin in Montenegro, which is reflected in this situation of burning the puppet of a very known Montenegrin writer of our generation. And I think this is so concerning. We didn't say it enough how problematic the situation is, but the conflict might be hidden because there was already this war. But the ones who would search to reignite or reinitiate the conflict, they can easily do it. So that's why I think that was the purpose. That's why we wanted to speak about this theme. So it's very good that we speak about the festivals and literature, because this is the way out or exit, as you said. It is. The dialogue is the only way out, and that was the real good point. But let us just not seem too optimistic, or too optimistic maybe. I just don't want this round table to turn out as if everything was okay. You know that it's not, but maybe, maybe everybody doesn't. That's what I wanted to say.
Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe Michael, we want a short reply.
Shortly, yeah. I will now ruin everything that my appearance before, because now I will be serious. Yesterday I was talking to Boban and Andrea that that we now need, as writers for peace committee, be open about the situation in the Balkans, and that we must act anti-war preventively, because too many times in history we had too late of a reaction. We would just wait and hope that nothing will happen, and hope that everything will be okay, but it doesn't. And when it happens, we act anti-war too late. So at this point, we really have an obvious Russian influence in Serbia, in Hungary, which is not Balkans, but for Austrian-Hungarians it is, I don't know, man. But in Republika Srpska, so half in Bosnia, and of course in Montenegro. So, and we know what goes on in Ukraine. You know, it didn't start yesterday. You know, in Serbia, this regime is 12 years old now. And for all 12 years, from 2012, it was more or less the same. But in the last 4 years, it's just getting worse. And it gets worse for us who dare to speak up. But the first thing they did is shut down and take control of all the media. So when I'm saying all the media, it really means all the media. In 95% of media is regime control, and 5% of media, there are independent media in Serbia, are the part of are in ownership of one company. So if the bosses of that company decide, you know, just because I write a daily column for a daily newspaper Danas, which is owned by this company, and I record podcast Dobar Lozao, which is owned by this company. So you know how what amount of pressure there is on the journalist, because I'm on a podcast and on a daily newspaper. And only yesterday in Mostar in Bosnia and Herzegovina, Milorad Dodik said for journalist of N1, which is also owned by this the same group, said that she's a cow. That's the cow, and that's that's an offense even in Balkans, you know. So they're just walking, two of them, you know, Vučić and Dodik. And Dodik goes, yeah, that's all. And there you go. That's media for you. And he can openly say, and then after that, he will openly say there is going to be a secession of Republika Srpska. If there is a United Nations declaration on Srebrenica genocide. So, you know, and we also had, did we forget that we had the terrorist attack in Banjska on the north of Kosovo? No or yes, because I'm afraid that international community is really making the same mistake. I don't know if that's a mistake of they just don't give a damn or it's on purpose, like what they did with Milosevic. They're letting the autocratic regimes pushing their way, you know, to the end. And there is no end with the autocratic regimes. We saw what's the end with Slobodan Milosevic, bombing Serbia from NATO. And after that, you know, people through Milosevic, vast majority of them was not satisfied the way he led the wars, not because of he led the wars. So now, not to be historical too much, let us be in present, and at this point we have really, I'm afraid, maybe I'm just stressed out, you know. I said it, the first thing I said is about my disorder, and I'm obviously proud of it, you know, because those are my wounds because of being open about this, you know, shit we live in. So now we really must focus on, you know, peace. In Balkans. Just say that we recognize what's going on and that we'll not take it this time, and just repeat it, because if we repeat it in Serbia, we will lose our lives. And that's not an exaggeration. The Montenegrins know what I'm talking about. The nationalists and fascists, we have this, I will again quote Milovan Đilas, nationalistic totalitarianism in Serbia of Slobodan Milosevic, and now again in Serbia of Aleksandar Vučić, and Republika Srpska in the middle of Bosnia and Herzegovina of Milorad Dodik. So it's as usual, the things are you know, I'm really, as I said, in the end, the Serbs will lose. You know, you know, we need to wait until the end. Who knows how many people and where will be alive to witness this end? Just let's focus on what's going on at this point, please.
Okay. Thank you. We have two last interventions.
Še dve prošnji za besedo imamo. Izvolite.
It's just a very short speech, you know. I came a little bit tired to participate to this debate, but it was fascinating, really. I was captivated by all the speeches, by all the polemics, by all the nuances, and I agreed with Mr. Boris. What is fascinating are the alternatives. You together, all the alternatives together. So, because I'm not just by Romania president and a poet and a novelist, but I'm also professor of comparative literature in Cluj, the second town in Romania. I promise you that next year, on 2025, I want to read your literatures. So please put on a list 2-3 names of fresh authors, but they are translated in Romanian because I want to read them in my language. Yeah. And maybe I can share your literatures with my students. Because I have a course titled Political Human Being and Literature, and I think I can find there a direction for the literature in the ex-Yugoslavian. Thank you once again, it was fascinating.
Yeah, just very quickly, I realized Belarus feels like a very lonely, I always feel like a lonely Belarusian voice, and Belarus feels like a lonely voice that is not heard. And back in 2020, we were really shouting and made it very explicit, like if we don't get help to overthrow Lukashenko, this cancer will spread. And we can see that it actually happened, but like the big world thinks, oh, who are these Belarusians? Why would we listen to them? They're just, you know. But I can hear now that Serbia also feels like a lonely voice that is not heard, although what they're saying is absolutely makes sense. So I think we should join efforts to maybe somehow amplify our voices.
Belarusia, and now we have time for the final words of our panelists. So maybe we can start in the same order. Diana.
I would say something about women in our literature, in Montenegrin literature, and women who write literature in Montenegro. In Montenegro, the realm of literature penned by women faces significant challenge, particularly concerning the lack of opportunities. The imbalance is stark, with male figures often rallying behind each other, overlooking the talent and potential of their female counterparts. It's disheartening to witness many talented women whose voices go unheard despite their beautiful writing. Last year, I was honored to receive the Central European Prize for Literature, yet in every interview, I stressed the importance of support from our male colleagues. Sadly, with few exceptions, the support has been elusive. Additionally, there's a concerning lack of solidarity among women, further inhibiting progress in the literary sphere. I would emphasize something more. The story I wrote for women who went through the obstetric violence. Over the past year in Montenegro and soon in other countries of the Western Balkans, the horrific experiences of women who experience some form it in a private or public health facility came into the public eye. The avalanche of comments on social networks, united under the hashtag Prekinimo šutnju or Break the Silence, show that since most of them never received psychological help after the trauma they suffered, they are still struggling with the severe, almost unimaginable consequences of their negligent treatment by medical staff. They were beaten, shackled, belittled, denied when they asked for information about possible health risks, and procedures, most of them unnecessary and outdated, were performed without their consent. Official statistics on the number of such cases are virtually non-existent, so the veracity of the stories themselves, however cruel and complex, is often questioned or their significance downplayed. As a rule, adolescent girls, migrant, unmarried, and poor women were at high risks for this type of abuse. Social stigma and patriarchal norms, characteristics of developed countries, render women virtually helpless. So the story Rodi me, or Give Birth to Me, was born precisely from the intention of offering the European readers, whether women or men, an intimate, very vivid interpretation of this violence, which is constantly concealed, especially in these areas, is continuously kept aligned. Even after more than 2 centuries of struggle for equality, women are not free, in the literature and outside of it. Only writing, as the most overt form of resistance to oppression, has the power to make this case for equality where inequality is most visible, in the field of reproductive rights and in the field of literature, where a woman's private life is still unknown. That is why the world we know is now more than ever an infinite polyphonic universe, an unforgiving stage where sisters, guided by compassion, finally lend each other their voices. They are waves whose sound, once released from the bottle, eliminates any possibility of obscuration. Thank you.
Also for highlighting this woman position and congratulations again for your work as young woman. It is very important and thank you very much. Andrea, it's your turn to conclude this roundtable.
I think 2 things. One is, I think we sort of, Vladimir and I slipped, or maybe I started it and then you continued, into what I would call a Danilo Kish homo poeticus regardless mode. There is a wonderful essay by Danilo Kish called Homo Poeticus Regardless, which is about, you know, how us Yugoslovaks and other Hungarians are always called upon to talk about political matters, and we would actually like to talk about love and sunsets, as you Europeans do. So I think it was partly why I wanted to highlight the literary side of things, and yes, we have problems, and Marko has basically said it. I mean, the Dodik problem is a huge one. It's been going on forever. I think quite a few of us are simply exhausted from listening to constant saber rattling. It also feels to some extent futile. I mean, the only power he has is the power he borrows from Vučić. So it's really a Vučić problem and Russian problem, I guess. So it is exhausting. And you mentioned PTSD. I think a large number of our Bosnian and Herzegovinian writers have PTSD, have had it for 30 years, and it's been untreated. And I mean, we have Faruk Šehić, who went to Ukraine for the regional meeting, and he kind of basically treats his war wounds with fishing and putting pictures of fish on Facebook. So it's a problem. It's simply exhausted, and it's been going on for too long. And I think we'd like to change the topic now, but the situation in Serbia is largely what is keeping us locked in this 30-year story of of nationalism and national identities. I absolutely agree with Marco that we should issue a statement at us who are from these parts. And I also would like to, considering that I started with literary history, there is an absolutely wonderful literary theorist and historian of South Slav literatures, Svetozar Petrović, who at one point in one of his books replied to intervention at a conference. Somebody had said, South Slav literatures went from the custom of killing the elderly to Vasko Popa, and Vasko Popa is a famous modernist poet of the 20th century, and Svetozar Petrović replied, no, our problem is that we went from the custom of killing the elderly to Marin Držić, as the famous Renaissance comedy writer, and then from Marin Držić back to killing the elderly. And it would be very nice to give up on killing the elderly and killing anybody else. So yes, a statement against possible war.
Thank you.
Hvala, sedaj pa Vladimir.
First of all, I would like to say that I agree with all problems that were stressed out through our discussion. We are living in this context, and we are sharing this more or less the same problems, and that's why I think the role of literature and arts is to raise consciousness about the danger of this problem. As you already put it, what can we do to stop war? We see it's very difficult. During these 2 days, we are searching for different. But once the war starts, then it's more and more difficult. How to prevent war is I think it's our common duty, and it's very difficult duty as well. We are all aware of it. It's a Don Quixote mission as well. But when we are together, when we are actually part of one maybe visible or less visible network, but we should be more visible. That is maybe one of my points. Our communication, let's say a common goal, peace, not only in Balkans, peace everywhere, because we have to we have to show compassion to people fighting for just to stay alive every day, and fighting with also with poverty, fighting with hunger, fighting with many. I mean, there are so many problems, not only war, and there are so many forms of war as well. When we talk about Balkans, it's not possible. I'm even shocked that we didn't mention the Cold War, because the Cold War is related with what has happened in the Balkans as well. And you have mentioned Russia and Putin and the different influences as well. But I would also like to finish also with optimistic, let's say, maybe utopistic idea that one of the options that we have is to foster and to work on our dialogue and cooperation in the field of literature, because that's the field that connects us all, in order to also to help our societies as well, as good authors, as good translators, as good critics, but also as active intellectuals who will not be silenced when we see problems that are real, that can even cause war. And so in this, I would like to say that
this idea for Balkan. I would like to share a good experience with Balkan residencies, because for instance, there is a residency in Split, and a couple of Macedonian writers have written wonderful novels out of their 1 month residency. I would maybe share with you the example of Lydia Dimkovska novel and the novel The Rage of the Swing of Kujundžički and other authors. So this exchange will help us to share our ideas and also to get to know each other. Because that's why I was talking about literary festivals. I think they're still important, and these meetings are also important. This conference, because we can talk about really very important issues. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you also for this optimistic view. And now, Marko, your final words.
Yeah, thank you. Well, as you already know, I'm Marko Vidojković. I'm honorary member of Slovenian PEN. I'm unfortunately living back in Belgrade after 1 year of relocation. My wife and I had to move 5 times last year, and this is not out of tourism and fun. This was with help of PEN International, because my life was really in danger. In December of 2022, it was unbearable. The attacks were so intense and the death threats were so intense that we could only stay at home and hope nobody would breach in. So PEN recognized that. Dusan Gojkov was the one who noticed PEN International about my case, and this is how I became, and unfortunately still am, an emblematic PEN case, because after all, you don't know one thing about me. I'm half Macedonian, so I'm a total mess. And I wanted at the end for you guys to know that in Macedonia, I think, when looking from the side, the similar thing is going on like it happened already in Montenegro. There is a huge influence of Serbian Orthodox Church and Serbian authorities with even a liberal Macedonian government, and I don't even want to mention the nationalists in Macedonia. So the whole region is in danger at this point, and I think that I can only think that it all comes from Russia, but it's visible that it all comes from Serbia, unfortunately. So we must act for peace preventively once again as soon as possible, because I think we have really a short time span before the UN resolution, which is in the beginning of May, which can maybe be a trigger for, I don't know, declaring the secession of Republika Srpska and Bosnia and Herzegovina, and then everything goes to hell. So please act fast. Thank you very much.
In conclusion of our round table, I think that, yes, one of the aims of the round table was to highlight this contradiction, Balkan contradiction. We love and we hate each other in the same time. And I think we succeeded in this, and I would like to thank you, all of you. We all have learned something. I can put it in three lines. So we learned that more Balkan humors means more serious situation.
Yeah, right.
But the solution is in put it directly, in recognize what is going on in time, no? And so the role of us all, of writers, is to point out, to speak, because in order to recognize this situation in time. Yeah. So, and I would like to thank to Tanya and to give a hug to Tanya, not because of price of my work, but because of your work. And now the last word is the last final word is of Milan Yazbek. So please.
Thank you, Vesna. The final sounds nice, so good that it was not only last, but last final. I will also have 3 points. The first point is basically the same as of Vesna. We are sitting together and copy from each other to be stronger. First, Barbara, I agree with your basic impression. And you see, it was a kind of wake-up call. Not that we have forgotten something, but that we reoriented this what we were telling. Things are very serious, of course, but the way how we were discussing was the way how to point it out in a specific, let's say, a little bit, maybe Balkan way. Illustration. Some of us still remember the famous British black humor series Monty Python. In the second part of the 80s, in Sarajevo, there was a similar TV series, I would dare to say at least equal, if not better, Top Lista Nadrealista, Top List of Nadrealists. It was, I would not say day or two, but it was in the last years, the last weeks and months of former Yugoslavia. And if we look carefully at their messages, they were saying it will fall apart. Now, so a kind of similar, well, not similar approach, but very similar approach to the seriousness. Second point, I would just like in few sentences resume what is my contribution to our bulletin. I made an, let's say, reflection of novel General and Butterfly from Luan Starova, Albanian from Macedonia. He was a living legend. We were friends. I was privileged for this. And this is his last novel, about 750 pages. When he sent to me, he said, this is maybe not my best novel, but it is the biggest for sure. What is the story? Galicica is the mountain between the lake of Ohrid and lake of Prespa. And Galicica, there is it's a sea of grass. It's fantastic, and no landmines. You know, this is very exceptional in the Balkans. And there is there are a lot of butterflies, and a very special butterfly, the blue butterfly. I think it is only there, the whole world. And there is also the queen blue butterfly. And on that area during the First World War, there was a demarcation line or a front line between the Allies and the Axis, powers of Axis. And the story has a true background, and the main protagonist written upon the true real scientists. The German chief general staff sent the general in reserve to that part because he was expert in healing malaria, but he was also world-renowned expert in blue butterflies, and he knew everything about the secret of the queen blue butterfly in Galicica. So this was his hidden mission. And when he came there, one day he went searching for that blue butterfly queen. He found her, and when he caught her, he found himself on the territory occupied by French army, and he was of course caught. He was imprisoned, and the commander of the German side, the French side, Major, he was by chance also a world-renowned expert in butterflies, blue butterfly, blue queen butterfly. And when he interrogated the German one in the cell, and when they found out, and this is here the story begins, they started to discuss the stupidity of war, the importance of love, aesthetics, ethics in human life, and what human life is. And you can read about this in 700 pages. This is one of the best definitions of the Balkans I have ever encountered. And of course, since I knew the author, it touched me even more. Third, there is a world-renowned wine house, winery in Macedonia, Tikves. It was founded in 1882. It's the year when my grandfather was born. And today it is owned by Sredo Janevski. He has a double citizenship, Macedonian and Slovene. I mentioned at the beginning of my introductory word the Battle of Neretva. You would maybe remember that Richard Barton was casting Marshal Tito, commander, and because of this, Tito had an idea that Picasso would be the best one to paint a poster announcing that movie, the film. And when the people from Tito's cabinet contacted Picasso, he didn't want to hear about this. No. Then Tito called him personally, and Picasso agreed. And then Tito asked him what he would like to have as a honorarium. And what was the reply of Picasso? Send me please a crane of wine. That's it. Gajbovina. So you see how this is also Balkans, and it shows this complexity of Balkans. I don't dare to answer to your question if Balkan identity, Southeast identity could be compared to a Southeast Asia identity. It's too complex. Thank you.
Just a few technical information. Yes, from Tanja. Okay. Ko još?
To je reč.
To nije reč, što ste reči.
Okay. Okay. Now, first, okay, now I forgot something. I know I did. No, I know technical issues, but all right, I hope I remember. First, thank you very much for this very interesting roundtable. This was really good. And I like a bit of humor, although it's very dark. And I know from first hand, being friend with Marco and with Andrea, how difficult it is. Second, when you're talking about recognition of the issues you have in your lands, you are doing one meeting in Prispa every year. Serbians are doing another meeting, usually in Belgrade. I must say that PEN International doesn't know anything about these meetings. Why don't you be a bit organized? Tell at least 2 or 3 months in advance the date, and we will of course invite all the centers that are, all the people who are interested. You will get the fee, you will have the costs covered, but above all you will have recognition, because other people will come and discuss our matters, not your. It's not your mine, it's the only world we have. You agree? Okay? Do I have a word? Okay, right. There is another thing that just a while ago, Vida Ognjenović, we have 2 vice presidents in the room. We have Borisa Novak, Slovenian vice president, we have Vida Ognjenović, Serbian vice president, and of course, this is the revolutionary generation, and she has a revolutionary idea I have to pass over to you, and this is that we organize a march to the premises of United Nations demanding the end of Gaza genocide. I don't know how we are going to organize this. Herman is thinking about it already. But I think it's an idea we should really explore and think how to do something more than just sit in the room and talk. You agree, Vida? Now the technical, and then I will leave it to you. Now just the technical things. You please look at your program. Tonight we meet at 8 o'clock at the Spitza restaurant. You know the business, drinks on you. food on the town of Bledu. Tomorrow morning, you are entirely free. Free until 12 o'clock when they will serve you lunch if you're hungry. If you're not going to have lunch, tell me, because otherwise we have to pay it. So if you are going somewhere else or leaving, please give me a note or tell me so that we cancel lunches. And then after lunch, precisely at 2 o'clock, no Latin American, no Serbian time, 2 o'clock sharp. Please, for you, 5 to 2, like last evening. I'm sorry I'm being so... But we have a bus that will take us to Ljubljana, where we will first witness the Young PEN Roundtable, and then we are going to the town hall of Ljubljana, where the mayor is our sponsor as well, and we will have the last, let's say, cultural event, which will be a discussion with Tahira Abdullah. So 2 times you have to remember. Tonight, 8 o'clock, tomorrow, 2 o'clock, and lunch. And I had another thing, but I forgot. Anyway, maybe it will come. Thank you so much. That was brilliant. I think you deserve another round of applause.
Well, thank you, Tanja, for speaking.
Najlepša Tanja, hvala, da si mi omogočila, da lahko spregovorim. Če si pogledamo program, vidimo, da nimamo nobene formalne brošure, ki bi zabeležile naše srečanje. Tako da bom izkoristil ta trenutek za to, da svečano sklenem naše srečanje, zaradi tega, ker jutri bodo zadeve potekale v drugačnem vzdušju. Naj povem 2 stvari še posebej. Prva zadeva to, da sem se danes veliko naučil o geografiji, o identiteti in da imam tudi rešitev za balkansko težavo. Včeraj, ko sem se pogovarjal z svojimi kolegi, je bilo omenjeno to, kar ste rekli tudi danes. In sicer je bilo rečeno, za Avstrijce je meja Balkana slovenska meja, za Slovence Kolpa, za Hrvate Bosna in Hercegovina. In vse se je pomikalo proti jugu. Katera mislite, da je država, ki je najbolj na jugu? Čile. In tako sem se kar nekaj začel zavedati, da madonca se smo tudi mi Balkanci in smo Balkan. Tako da imamo 3 dobre stvari. In sicer je to, da imamo res črn smisel za humor. Druga stvar je, radi se pobijamo med seboj. Dejansko smo zato postali pravi strokovnjaki. In tretjič, imamo predsednika, ki ne ve, da je iz Hrvaške, misli si, da je iz Jugoslavije, gre za Gabriela Borića. Tako da lahko Čile prevzame odgovornost in postane dejansko središče Balkana, prevzame vaša dediščina, vi pa lahko uživate v tem, da ste Evropejci, lahko uživate v vsej tej evropejski hrani, se sprostite in pozabite na to, kar se dogaja z mejami. In še druga stvar, ki jo želim povedati, je pa ta, da se želim zahvaliti Slovenskemu centru PEN. In sicer se vam želim zahvaliti za celotno organizacijo tokratnega srečanja. Dejansko ste organizacijo vložili vso možno ljubezen. Tokrat nisem vse opleten v prvi osebi ednine, ampak dejansko sam vem, kako poteka to delo. In lahko rečem, da je bilo tokrat zelo prijetno
of PEN International. And this is something that you have been helping us with these Bled meetings for so many years, but despite of Gorizia, we hope that in the future we'll be in Bled many years in the future to enjoy this hospitality, this fraternity, and this joy of life that you have been expressing during these days. Thanks a lot, Tanya.